How'd that happen? You string it up? Like a popcorn string on Christmas Eve? Hey, Papa. You want to play Overcooked later? Overcooked with me and Amy. There's room for 3 players. It's a cooking game. A cooking game. Cooking! Where did you hear fishing in that? I don't mumble.
You don't mumble. Just waiting me to yell
Tattlecast! Joy. Oh.
What's that? Songs. So connected to the landline, little mix. Whisper, I doubt you can handle that baby only two turns. It's 11 and I am 9 and different so maybe not. This guy's annoying. Huh? How is he annoying, Whisper? He shush, Whisper. Huh? What's that?
I can do at this rate, but it won't even matter. Is everything okay? Wait, what? Are you talking to me? The person who can see your back.
Yes, my master here has the coin special. I will say.
Oh, is that so? Sorry if I startled you. Oh, that's okay. You know what? Actually, I came at a really good time. I got to talk to you about something.
Now, give a moment to spare. Sure. This way I am writing you up my leader. The brain's magic. And your paperwork tapes and go to my coding right here. I can't figure out a good way to get rid of them. I see. So you like to vacate the whole bunch. Is that right?
Yes, I think we can do it.
Caring me about to do your assassin work? A little rude, but I'll be happily do that.
Sure, you can ask them.
What exactly are you planning to force me?
It's just beyond the sliding doors.
Understand? You know, helmsman. flip cell, you like a tree. And scram. Now you're even more dead. What do you mean I can't ride my bicycle in here? How dare you? Well, I'm really rich. Here. You want to move? What do you want to move you? Or maybe I'll just split you up. This again. Have others. What, you want to smooth? Like, as kids, so I can buy you something. But, you're so lame. You can't even figure out of a good comeback.
be good now.
That's all? Alright. You unlocked it.
You got rid of that annoying witch? That's so impressive. It took nothing else for the master of exceptional yokai butler.
At least you're... I don't remember you saying that I'm the master so much. Like, usually, others you don't say that, but thank you. Even though I'm not that good of a yokai person, like at least a yokai doesn't have just constantly and each yokai attack. You just have them attack and then you can help them. They're their own beings, and I don't have to strategize. Well, I don't have to strategize.
Thanks for helping me now. It'll ask you again for help someday in the future.
Good. Have a nice time. Dude, why did you eat the golf ball? What the? Dude, it's not even that good. It's disgusting. Don't wanna? Die. I wonder if there's like a yokai watch category. Oh, I really should start remembering to do this stuff. Okay. It's not like my Chromebook. I do not know why I was trying to do it like with my Chromebook. Kirby. So there is a yokai watch minimum. think it's muted. I do not want any more.
Hello everyone! I said a while back that I probably wouldn't end up doing any more Pokemon Notes to Nuzlocke. Well, I'm sort of ending that streak today with a game that isn't Pokemon. Today we're diving into the very first Yokai Watch game and seeing if I can beat it without catching a single yokai. To those of you who don't know what Yokai Watch is, think like Pokemon had every fight as a triple battle, and if every Pokemon had a final smash that wildly varied in quality. Then throw on an infinitely better story that Pokemon could honestly only ever dream of making and some of the craziest monster designs you've ever seen, and yeah, that's basically what Yokai Watch is. The rules for this run are
But it's ghosts. Astral? I actually should have named that. That actually would have been a good name. We did them both at once. How does that? What? Don't let me out. Get on, idiot.
the same as the Pokemon ones I did a while back. I can't catch any yokai unless it's absolutely required for story progression, and I'm not allowed to level monitors the recommended level for the upcoming boss fights. I also will be using the bonus gifts that the game can give you. A lot of these are insanely XP buffs that can pretty much trivialize the entire game, so I'm not going to be using them. Also, I was going to allow fusion for this run, but I decided against it being as I want the run to be as tough as possible. And also, it requires catching specific yokai, which I actually forgot about until the run began.
I guess because I don't want to do it. I'm actually doing a version of the challenge. Like, I'm beating them these insane level bosses. Wait. There?
Gonna pretend like it was intentional and ban it anyway. So now, with the rule set in place, the run begins. Once you meet Whisper and learn how to fight by bullying this small boo-boo, you get the first and easily best utility member of the entire run, Kaden. Kaden will provide huge damage benefits early game, and towards the latter half of the game, his ability potential is saving me more times than I can count. Boo-boo then joins the team, and now we face the first roadblock of the game. In order to progress past the Dismarelda fight, we actually need 6 yokai on the team. And unfortunately, there's only one more story yokai we can obtain before we can move on. Which means that this is the first and only time you can customize your team by befriending wild yokai. A lot of the ones you can get access to this early on mostly focus on raw damage, being as defending isn't nearly as necessary yet. So I'd absolutely recommend grabbing Dimmy as quickly as you can. His ultimate might not be super helpful on paper because it's a single target attack while most enemies have 2 or more targets, but trust me, Dimmy's single target attack is going to be incredibly helpful the further the game goes on. Another great choice would be someone like Ruffles. You might not be able to switch your body on in this run, but if you can get your hands on one, he will be able to retaliate towards any enemy for free thanks to his revenge effect. As for the other two, it doesn't matter too much, but try and go out of your way to get a no way if you can. I couldn't find one that wanted to join my team myself though, so I just grabbed Cough Cough and moved on. And while I was initially a bit worried I didn't have a good defensive yokai, you know what they say about strategy? A good offense is lots and lots of damage done to the enemy as fast as possible. Who needs defense? Once you're on a team of 6, Dismarelda really won't stand a chance. She can reduce your damage by inspiriting your yokai, but really that's all she has going for her. You can pretty much just spam your Sultans without really thinking during this fight and move on. The next roadblock comes after defending the 3 seals around the main part of town. Now once you get access to Tattletale, I'd recommend adding her to your party immediately. Her healing ability will be incredibly helpful during the upcoming boss fights.
Yeah,
Make sure you pretty much always keep her next to your yokai like Javanyan, who can't take a lot of hits just yet. She does also have a single target ultimate, though I wouldn't rely on it all too much. Dimmy is still arguably the superior DPS at this stage in the game, and okay, I'll be honest, yeah, he remains so for the remainder of the run. Against the Slimmermander, its entire gimmick is hiding its weak spot between 3 separate targets and being able to change it every time they close. Make sure to use all of your AoEs whenever they close. You won't be doing that much damage, but it's mostly pointless using multi-target attacks on this boss anyway, being as once you find the eye, you won't be doing any damage to the other heads regardless. Once the eye is exposed, switch to either of your single target slammers and spam ultimates like your life depends on it. Make sure to keep Tattletale around in the front as much as possible to keep your AoE attackers alive long enough to potentially use multiple ultimates on the eye sockets. Even if you only have one socket left to open before you find the eye, make sure to never waste any single target super attack. They'll pretty much always be doing more damage than any AoE you have anyway, so it's just best to save them for the weak spot. As long as you keep Tattletale and one of your single target hitters alive and rinse and repeat with your AoE attackers, this boss will go down pretty much without a fight. Once you unlock the quest
Without
order
a
at the
fight.
Yokai Watch, make sure to do this at every given opportunity. While we obviously can't recruit any of these much stronger yokai, they'll yield much greater experience points than the lower rank counterparts. Now it's here during the first time we head out at night that we're introduced to the Terror Time mechanic. Every single time this triggers throughout the run, take the opportunity to grab as much treasure as possible before bolting to the exits. While a lot of the time the things in here can be mostly pretty useless, especially in the early game, sometimes you can grab absolutely crucial things like healing items or free experience items. Look, I said I wasn't going to use any of the experience items that were given to you for free. I didn't say I wasn't going to use them if I found them whilst being chased by a giant murder orc that wants to eat me alive. Once you escape, the next big bad ready to take you down will be hiding in its spot. Spoink will be constantly covering its weak spot and has a really hard-hitting AoE attack. Though it doesn't take much for him to keel over and expose said weak point. You won't be needing your multi-target as much during this fight, especially when he's got his weak spot. So whenever he begins to try his ultimate, initially those units in the line of fire. There's pretty much nothing you can do to stop him at this stage, so have your AoE units take hits and then swap back to your single target attackers to knock out massive chunks of his health the moment he stands up again. Spoink also loves to immobilize yokai with his soap attack, but if you happen to already be charging a ultimate move when he hits you, it won't actually cancel it. That way you don't have to worry about it resetting your counter and you having to cure them in the backline before you can try again. Something interesting is that while you might not need your multi-target yokai when he's actively protecting himself, his weak point is less of the spot where he takes the most damage and more so just the trigger for dropping his defenses. So if you happen to have any AoE ultimates charged up, it's best to use them now, being as both his belly button and his head will take roughly the same amount of damage. After this, we get access to Wallcapper, one of the 2 insanely powerful units we'll get access to in this run. Wallcapper's ultimate works like a single target attack in the sense that it's one load of huge damage to the enemy, but also has the properties of an AoE, so it's easily the best attack we have access to at this stage in the game. Next up is Snaggerjack, and compared to Spoink and Slimmermander, which sound like names I've just made up on the spot, this guy is more of a joke than anything else. He'll occasionally see them fish friends who can disrupt your single target's ultimates if you don't use the targeting feature, but they also have barely any health, so even if they disrupt the attack, they'll most likely be dead by the time you use it. Snagglejack also apparently has his own ultimate attack, though this guy has such little defense that I've never seen him live long enough to actually use it. If you have all of your ultimates
Well,
charged up
that's
before
kinda
going into the fight, you can pretty much just spam them like crazy and let him flop around like a Magikarp, desperately trying to get off of dry land until he passes out. After this, there's a lot of back and forth doing side quests for experience points, a Terror Time or 2, and a new yokai we'll literally never be using. Then we spend way too fucking long level grinding, being as you can beat Snagglejack right after Spoink with literally no fights in between. Finally upgrade the Yokai Watch again and collect the objectively best boy, Koma-san. He might not be incredibly useful right now, but make sure to keep him around in the team as much as possible. His soft squishy body can make for a great meat shield until we really start to need him later in the run once he's evolved. And speaking of evolution, make sure to take ample opportunity to evolve any yokai you have in your possession, because the next boss, Massiphase, can easily sweep your team if you're not prepared. This time it's actually your AoE units that will be the most helpful, being as they can both deal damage to Matty's weak spot and start building up the damage requirement to blind him simultaneously. You don't want to be using your single target attacks on his weak spot here. You should rather be using them to blind him as fast as possible. That way you have more time to use your other heavy hitters once his accuracy drops to near zero. It's not required for you to blind him in order to win this fight, and it's very much possible to just brute force him with enough AoE attacks to get both jobs done without worrying about either of them. But if you do want to play things safe, make sure to use those single target attacks on his eyes to blind him quicker than you normally would. Then the absolute second he can't hit you as reliably anymore, unload literally every Sultimate you currently have charged. It's not a guarantee to let it can still hit you while it's supposedly blinded, but it's much safer to do.
Simon says, upgrade. Again, what's new?
Make sure to upgrade the Yokai Watch again once you beat Massiface, evolving Kaden into Kadabble in the process. This turns him from a pretty okay attacking unit to an amazing support one. His Ultimate now allows him to massively boost any Yokai speed. It might decrease your overall damage output a little bit initially, but attacking more than once before a boss can get a hit off can easily be the difference between life and death. Especially when you're most likely going to be underleveled and also stuck with some pretty weak yokai, all things considered. Completing the Mirapo puzzle in the museum, which is arguably the best puzzle in the game, don't at me, leads to the Phanta Samurai boss, which again, much like Snaggletag, is more of an elite enemy with a bigger health bar than anything else. Once the rat is exposed, he takes so much damage that there's really no danger here. And honestly, he stays out in the open repairing his suit for so long that if you're fast and strategic enough, you can actually one-cycle this boss. The next boss, however, is easily the most annoying piece of shit in the game. Welcome to hell, population, spiders. The Tarantuda boss might seem easy at first, especially with yokai like Badud now on your team, which can easily wipe out multiple of the boss's legs with a single ultimate. But thanks to this thing being able to curse 3 of your yokai at once, it means that you'll be firing off less and less attacks less and less frequently as the fight goes on. Unless, of course, you're incredibly fast at curing yokai, which, again, playing on an emulator here, so I most certainly am not. It can also deal obscene amounts of damage to any yokai you have on the field, and can even outright one-shot them if you aren't careful. Luckily, you are able to cancel his own Sultimate attack on the ceiling, but you have to time this perfectly in order to accomplish it. This is the first major boss that will put your skills to the test, so don't be afraid to use healing items if you absolutely need to. Tarantuda will eat through pretty much anything you throw at him, and adding on to the fact that his sticky web completely immobilizes any yokai it hits, you'll be suffering the whole way through this boss fight. And guess what? The pain doesn't stop there. The next boss almost immediately after this is Dr. Madamon, arguably the hardest boss in the entire game. He'll constantly be cursing your teammates, dealing obscene amounts of damage, and can even regenerate so much health that you honestly might as well just start the fight over again. The main way of taking Madamon down is by using the targeting feature to remove any of the hearts you see popping up in the background. This is the only way to outright stun him, so you can unload all of your damage onto him at once. Whenever he charges his ultimate meter, switch to your tank with your attack to immediately switch him out again and begin curing him. This fight is a brutal back and forth, constantly rotating your yokai so you aren't overwhelmed and end up with all of them being poisoned, as well as watching the hearts in the background so Madamon doesn't heal basically all of his HP back in a single turn. Thankfully though, he is pretty squishy, so a couple ultimates can get his health down way faster than most bosses. But if you don't keep an eye on everything else that's going on, you can lose track and control of this fight way too quickly. We do get a bit of a break from tough bosses after this point though. Monoct can mostly be bullied into oblivion just by rushing him with everything you've got, and so long as you have 4 or possibly 5 ultimates charged if you want to be safe, you'll be completely fine. I would actually recommend failing some of the Orc's tasks on purpose though. The sub-levels beneath the yokai world are some of the best places to level grind at this point in the game. Make sure to spend a decent amount of time here leveling up and fully evolving your yokai before healing them up and preparing for the final phase of the endgame. Squidillies McCracken has a lot going on, though not a lot going for him. His attacks aren't going to be doing a lot of damage at this stage in the game, but you have to be constantly aware of everything he can throw at you. Make sure you always use it from the ultimate meters. That way he can't steal away enough to charge his own. And on the off chance he's able to switch to any strong AoE users you have and unload as much damage as possible onto him, and then switch back if you manage to break the barriers. His ultimate does a lot of damage, but isn't 100% accurate unlike most bosses, meaning that if you have some tanky units out the front when he uses it, you'll be completely fine. Make sure to try and get rid of his hands first so he can't pull anything sneaky while you wail on him. And if you ever manage to break his ultimate charge, swap to someone like Blandon or Comane to deal as much damage as you can. Honestly, even without ultimates, these two are so incredibly strong that they'll most likely be able to carry you right through the boss fight. As long as you keep breaking the boss's shields, of course. The next fight is actually a rematch against Slim Amanda for some reason. Not a lot to say here, honestly. It's quite literally just a buffed up version of the first time you fought him. Make sure to use AoE ultimates when all three eyes are closed, switch to single targets once his weak point is out, wail on him, rinse and repeat, dead. Then head around town clearing out any of the albino yokai. Yes, I do know what they're actually called, but it's funny to call them albino yokai because, I mean, come on, look at them. And then we head up to the final boss against Squidilius McCracken Part 2. This fight might seem simple on the surface, but McCracken packs basically everything that every other boss in this game has. He'll hide his weak point constantly, a weak point he really didn't have about a half hour ago during his first phase. He'll constantly spam AoE attacks, he can curse your entire team into being confused with himself and each other and not him. He's also capable of lowering basically any stat as choosing whenever he wants to. This fight will be brutal, especially if you aren't paying attention to which yokai hurt. Yokai like Blandon are borderline mandatory at this point, because the AoE attacks won't be enough to damage him before he takes out your entire team. Anytime you get the chance, switch to your heaviest hitters and go full throttle onto his weak spot. You might lose some yokai along the way, but as long as you keep going, you'll eventually find that one perfect opportunity to launch your strongest ultimate, or really whichever one you have left, right into his weak spot. Burning that motherfucker to the ground and finally labeling the Yokai Watch Minimum Yokai Challenge officially completed. Honestly, I initially thought this run would be similar to my High on Life challenge, where the run never really got any harder from beginning to end. But honestly, I was really surprised at how tough some of these bosses were. Even after playing this game for almost a decade at this point, this challenge still sort of gave me a run for my money. And I'd honestly recommend giving this one a shot if you enjoy Yokai Watch. Also, yes, this is my official video begging Level 5 Studios to localize Yokai Watch 4. If they do it, then I'll do this run in every other mainline Yokai Watch game as a celebration, and you can damn well hold me to that. Or, you know, I'll just do them if you guys want to see that. With all that said, if you enjoyed this one, don't forget to leave a like on it, and while you're down there, be sure to subscribe, leave a comment telling me what you think and what videos you'd like to see next, join the Discord server, all that good stuff, and until next time, stay safe everyone. Peace.
Well, there goes spoiling the rest of my run. Oh, God, I thought it was over. I have to do 2 more bosses.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland, a personal favorite Kirby game of mine, has been re-released on the Switch as Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. And if you know anything about what we do here at SimiCraft Gaming, you know what sentence comes next. Is it possible to beat Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe without jumping? Now, as is usually the case with these Kirby no-jump challenges, our goal is to get to and beat the final boss without using the move jump/hover. Theoretically a tough ask in a platformer, but not for brain. The way we typically go about this is by using copy abilities to acquire moves to act as jump replacements. Of course, you don't start the game with any copy abilities, so we're gonna have to find some first. So let's dive into Cookie Country Stage 1 and look into it. Much to my dismay, an obstacle meant to be jumped over was placed in our path almost immediately in the form of this little pothole. As we don't have a copy ability yet, we're stuck trying to get past this with Kirby's default moveset, which as far as I can tell doesn't have an answer to this problem. What I wouldn't give to have the bouncy Forgotten Land style dodges in this game. But alas, we do not. What we do possess is robust multiplayer. You see, in Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, a second player can drop in or out of the game at any time. This second player can choose to join in as Meta Knight, King DDD, Bandana Wadley, or what we're interested in this time, another Kirby. In this game, Kirbys can suck up and spit each other out. This doesn't give any height, but we don't need height. We need distance. That, our pair of Kirbys can most certainly provide each other by spitting each other out, getting us past our first major obstacle. It's in the wake of that obstacle that we claim our first copy. Sword is a very nice entry-level cop ability with some fine jump placements, namely the upward slash and drill stab. The upward slash achieves about the same height of jumping, certainly useful when we're trying to use it to replace jumping. The drill stab is more situational. It's great for boss fights, but for navigation the only thing it can really achieve is clearing 2 Kirby-wide gaps. So overall, I'm glad to have a copy ability that provides a clean-cut direct replacement for jumps, but it is disappointing that that's about as far as it goes. My disappointment was almost immediately justified. This is the flying tutorial, a cliff slightly too high for one to be able to summit it with a jump, thus ensuring the player learns how to hover. As I just said, the upward slash gives us height about equivalent to that of a jump. See the problem? Just like jumping falls
Just
slightly
put
short
a
of clearing
jump
the
on a
flying
Kirby?
tutorial, so too do our upward slashes. But not to worry. I recall distinctly from my no-jump challenge on the original Wii version of Kirby's Return to Dreamland that Sword is capable of achieving flight if you upward slash again while still in midair from the prior one. And so I tried it, and it, didn't work. I guess HAL must have changed how exactly the upward slash functions in this remake. Now, flight from Sword will certainly make this challenge more difficult than it was in the Wii. So in short, I feel personally targeted by this development. Luckily, I've got a backup. Once again, multiplayer comes to our aid. This is because you can ride your own Kirby in Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Once you're mounted, simply drop the other Kirby out, and boom! You're upward slashing from a higher baseline than you were previously, enough so to get past the flying tutorial. We next found ourselves in a little cave encountering an old friend of ours, a key. You'll notice that we can't use any of our jump replacements while holding a key, since our attack button instead just throws the key. But at least for this encounter, that weakness became strength, as in this game, Kirby throws like Tom Brady in his prime. Therefore, we get past this door fairly easily. The stage finishes off with a taste of Kirby's Return to Dreamland's major gimmick, super copy abilities. In this case, Ultra Sword. These are scary abilities as none of them have viable jump replacements. But that doesn't matter too much when picking up a super copy ability in the first place is entirely optional. Which, at least this time, it is. Alright, sword in hand, let's move on to the next level. In Stage 2, we started to encounter gaps over bottomless pits. You can't clear these with a single upward slash or drill stab. But if you chain a couple of upward slashes together, you can manage it. Yes, the upward slash can't gain height and fly in this game, but it can do a decent job of more or less preserving your height, at least over small to medium width pits. That being said, this one seems to be a bit much. Normally to get past this, you jump while holding a cannon to activate the switch in the upper right to bring up the bridge. Obviously, we can't do that. What we can do is upward slash up to it in hopes of hitting it with our sword instead, which works out just fine. In Stage 3, we encounter an even taller cliff face with a woman from the flying sword. I'm honestly not sure how we're going to get up this stuff with the but maybe we don't have to. Maybe we can try out a new copy. Fire. Fire as a cop ability doesn't help much when it comes to vertical movement. With a jump replacement like Burn, really it's fast horizontal movement that's more so Fire's wheelhouse. Although even then, Fire can be tough to use effectively. You have to be very attuned to how far one burn will take you, otherwise you'll miss the platforms you had wished to land on, and potentially fall to your demise. But back to the height issue. There is, however, one circumstance where Fire absolutely excels at gaining height. That circumstance is when one finds themselves having to scale an entirely flat wall. And what do you know, that's exactly what we're up against here. Yes, this obstacle was just about impassable with Sword, but with Fire, it barely registers as a speed bump. This section of Stage 4 highlights the weaknesses of Fire. Without a flat wall for climbing, Fire really struggles to move up the old Y-axis. In this case, you have to burn from exactly the right spot to catch the exact edge of this overhang to be able to clear the obstacle. After an obstacle like that, there is a very good case to be made that I shouldn't have brought fire into this level in the first place. Or at least, that's what I thought, until I saw that this was one of the level's final obstacles. So, yeah, glad I brought fire. It had been a while since I last fought Wispy Woods with burning, and quite frankly, I forgot how easy it was. Hold on to Raisin Ruins. I'll be honest, stage 1 here wasn't all that demanding, but it did introduce me to some pretty good cop abilities, like Whip. The Whip Tornado is Whip's main jump replacement. It's a bit more finicky to activate than the upward slash, and there's no way to activate a second one before you land your first one. But it does have better air time, and you can move items like keys around without having to pick them up. I can't say it's a straight upgrade over Sword, but there are certainly circumstances where this is the top ability I want. But Whip wasn't the only cop ability present in this one. Sand was also Sand is coarse, irritating, and gets everywhere. But it also has a decent jump replacement. The Sand Geyser, which is yet another roughly jump height jump replacement. Unfortunately, this one too has no prospects of flight. That is to say, it's perfectly usable, but nothing special. What does make Sand a bit special is that it has the serviceable jump replacement while also having an amazing block, the Sand Hide, which basically makes Kirby incorporeal for as long as he's hiding in his pile of sand. Great for combat, among other things. Stage 2 is our introduction to water, and also our introduction to water. While using water, Kirby can use the Wave Surf, which gets a slight amount of height. But what is really exciting on water is what you can do after Wave Surf, the Fountain Hover. This move has Kirby gaining elevation by spitting water straight down. So far, this move represents the highest any of our jump replacements can take us. But there are some major problems with it that keep me from even particularly liking to use water. Firstly, you gain height fairly slowly with Fountain Hover, which can be problematic at getting past timing-based obstacles. But the real deal breaker is that you need to activate the Fountain Hover while in midair, which can be achieved by crashing your Wave Surf against something like a wall or step, but is honestly really annoying to pull off in practice. Oh, and there's also the fact that the Fountain Hover is terrible at maintaining height if you ever have to cross a gap, which is often what we're trying to achieve with our jump replacements. So overall, it's got its use cases, but I don't really like its general utility. For those reasons, I ditch water to get past this final part of the level in favor of Whip, which works incredibly, so long as you don't accidentally whip the super cop ability onto you. Yeah. Stage 4 introduces us to yet another copy ability, Tornado. Honestly, I feel sort of bad for water. It got literally one stage to have the highest jump replacement we have access to, and already Tornado has stolen that crown from us. The Tornado attack is fast, invincible, and can achieve great height, but it is a bit annoying to control. That being said, you can tame your landings in particular by holding B during the attack to get a Hyper Tornado, which gives you much more control towards the end of your Tornado attack. Oh, one other thing to mention is that, though it's not exactly smooth, Tornado is our first ability which grants us true flight, since you can activate a Tornado attack while you're still midair from the previous one and gain a whole bunch more height. Not smooth, but it does work. Whip handled the opening of Stage 4, including this key section admirably. But then at the end of the level, the Super Cop ability almost seemed necessary to possess to progress. Luckily, in such circumstances, there's no rule saying that it can't be player 2 who possesses it. So that's what we do. We have Yellow Kirby take the Ultra Sword, letting him teleport to where he's needed, and occasionally clearing our path. With that, and an easy Mr. Dude fight out of the way, we're moving on to Onion Ocean. In Stage 1, we find out that Sword is terrible at dealing with these ropes, as for some reason, Kirby can't grab stuff like ropes when coming out of an upward slash. Luckily, Whip doesn't have that same hang-up, so we can use Whip to get through. Additionally, later on in the level, we run into another useful copy build, Spear. Spear is like the anti-tornado. Spear Copter is slow and doesn't grant you invincibility, but has probably the most precise controls of any jump placement in the game. But it also has a considerable charge time before it can act, which means it's tough to react quickly, but and it's extremely impractical to fly. I'd say in general, I like it better, but there are certainly tasks which it is simply hard to do. That being said, for finishing off Stage 1, it is just what the doctor ordered. Stage 2 is a real water level, which in theory our challenge shouldn't make too difficult, since our rules don't do much to affect our ability to swim. Though, you need to be careful not to lose your cop ability in the water, and some cop abilities like Spear don't really work jump replacement-wise from the surface of the water. In this particular case, I had to switch to water in order to progress. Stage 3 features another annoying implementation of a super cop ability. You basically have to use Monster Flame to destroy these totem things. But like last time, we can just outsource the super cop ability to Yellow Kirby. Though this time around things are certainly harder due to the much more precarious terrain. Still possible though. My hopes for a successful challenge were almost dashed by this obstacle in Stage 4. Sword was the cop ability I brought to it, and Sword quite simply did not have the height to clear it. I guess we can always just come back with Tornado instead. Or, we can join in a Yellow Kirby at the apex of the upward slash and have him take us through to the door. Mission accomplished. Spear does decently well against Fatty Puffer, and now it's on to White Wafers, where we are immediately confronted with maybe the best copy ability in the game, Fighter. Fighter has two major jump replacements, the Rising Break and the Spin Kick. The Rising Break is like an upward slash that also features some more notable forward movements. But that's not why it's better. It's better because you can actually fly infinitely and gain height with it. That is amazing in and of itself. From there, the Spin Kick, which is great for killing enemies and stepping up small steps, is really just icing on the cake. And really, Fighter is so good that it more or less single-handedly got us through White Wafers relatively simply. Though Nutty Noon Stage 3 served to humble Fighter sometimes. These ropes are annoying, but not as annoying as the wind which the Rising Break really can't fight too hard against. But you know what they say, you can't beat them, but come them. As it turns out, Tornado is the fight. It's a bit hectic, but it can certainly fight the lead, and as long as you finish above ropes, you can fall down and climb onto the rope and your Tornado attack ends. Thus, progress through the tower. I tried bringing Tornado into Stage 4, which worked out great, until I accidentally switched it out for Fire at inopportune moments. Spear's better precision proves a vital antidote in this circumstance. Then from there, Nutty Noon is all boss fights, which Fighter is quite adept at handling. Likewise, Fighter did great in Egg Engine Stage 1, except for trying to thread the needle between these sleep capabilities. Obviously, falling asleep isn't really advantageous for our goal here today. To solve this dilemma, I brought in Spear, which is not as good at handling the rest of the level, but not unbearably so. But it's exactly what we need to stay awake, so there we go, Stage 1 clear. Stage 2 was an even more Spear-friendly world, and Stage 3 with its conveyor belts was most simply not. That being said, Fighter was able to handle it with ease. Stage 4 was mainly underwater and quite easy. Then this very last part of Stage 5 annoyed me. Fighter was certainly capable of getting past it just wasn't easy with all of the steps you had to go up and the enemies and the like. Still possible though. We demolished the Metal General and soon found ourselves in dangerous dinner. The control offered by Spear proved greatly useful in getting through the challenges posed by Stage 1. Though I would like to give special mention to this key. It may not look like it, this is a secure. Here's what this app does. Pick up the key as you run by, much of it. Then you encounter this enemy, and quickly find that you have no way to attack it, as your hands are occupied holding your key. When you die. The solution? Cast it into the fire. When you get a chance, which is right up. Then you can attack the enemy, and move on with your life. I ended up using a ton of cop abilities in Stage 2. We started off appreciating the precision of Spear, then we traded it out for High Jump, when Speed of Ascension became a more pressing concern. High Jump, I know you might not think counts as not jumping, but the move High Jump is not the move Jump/Hover, and doesn't even use the jump button. So my philosophy here is that a jump replacement by any other name is still a jump replacement. As for the copy ability itself, its jump replacement is great, I just don't like that said jump replacement is basically the entirety of its moveset. That makes attacking enemies with it quite annoying. But here, its speed and flight prove invaluable. Not so invaluable as to stop me from switching out for fire in this section, where we've got to move horizontally quickly. And finally, we finish off the level with Tornado, making great use of its invincibility. Then stage 3 is actually extremely easy with Fighter. From there, we go on to Best Landia with it, and enjoy this jump-free shoot-'em-up section. And finally, we embrace Sand with its amazing block to bring down Maglor jumpless, thus proving that it is possible to beat Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe without jumping. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, you may want to check out my other Kirby challenges, of which there are many, including the no-jump challenge of the Wii version of Kirby's Return to Dreamland. I'd also very much appreciate it if you left this video a like, perhaps even a comment as well. Additionally, if you want to support the channel, you may want to consider joining my Patreon to get access to...
There's DIY.
I'm so sorry that this did There's probably something I'm missing.
And finally, we embrace Sand with its amazing block to bring down Maglor jumpless. And now the story continues. Lone, stranded between dimensions, a villain humbled by a hero who bested him without even jumping. Maglor is faced with an impossible task, matching the feat of his old pink friend. But without any of his powers, surely the cause is lost before it's even begun. I almost feel sorry for the little guy. But no matter, though the task is short, we are here for entertainment, and to entertain ourselves, let us watch Maglor squirm and suffer as he attempts the following. Is it possible to beat Maglor Epilogue without So, just like with any other Kirby challenge, we have to beat this particular mode of the game without using the move jump/hover, which for most intents and purposes means not pressing the A button. Any other non-jumping moves which Maglor has access to are completely acceptable to use in order to beat the mode. Now that's all well and good, except for the fact that Maglor basically doesn't have any moves of use at the start of the game, like, at all. On account of the whole, losing his powers thing. The closest thing we've got to a jump replacement is the fact that Maglor can...
Oh dear, it seems like someone's already here. Let's see if we can learn anything about the swords of Kishin from them. Hello. Here goes. Oh, look who it is. Well, I'm already claimed for myself. Dude, I don't need my your head in the
levitate when holding down B, but that only works from mid-air and is presently so weak that it just amounts to a slight gliding effect with no possibility whatsoever.
I know something.
Yeah, so that's what we're working with as we enter the tutorial. And immediately things are looking great for Magno as he reaches this.
Ow!
Obviously, getting Magnos and Rex in the jump places, this would be one. But not for multiple. Just like in the main mode of Kirby's Return to Dream World, in Magno Epilogue, up to 3 other players can come in or out of the game. Of course, in this mode, they join in as more Magnos, which means we aren't getting any more useful moves, but we do get more bodies, which might be like some use perhaps. But I do wonder what the point of bringing them in was, and they can't suck up our main Magno and spit them out like the Kirby's were able to in the main mode. They can do one. If we join in player 2, position him in the trench, then have player 1 drop onto the 2 walks across to the other side, and trap, thus granting player 1 safe side
Dive.
jumps. Of course, immediately after conquering that obstacle, another one shows up. These giant stairs. Obviously, our tactic for getting past the trench won't work here. The only reason we were able to get atop another Maglor in the first place was because of the dip in height. There is no such dip here, so riding a Maglor is impossible. But even if it were, riding atop a single Maglor would not come close to getting us enough height to get past this
Get more
obstacle.
Magalors.
That means that, unfortunately, we have to go backwards and mess with the trench some more. As we've already seen, one Maglor can ride another in the trench by falling upon it. What we haven't seen yet is the fact that after this occurs, there's still enough of a height difference between the trench and the normal ground to stack a third one on top. Now you drop out the bottom one, and you've got yourself a stack of Maglors outside the trench. But as we went over previously, a simple stack of 2 Maglors is not enough to clear this obstacle. Who said that was a problem? We can repeat the same process we just did while already riding a Maglor to come out of it with a stack of 3 Maglors total. Which still isn't quite enough to clear the stair. But not so fast. That was only by dropping out one part. But if you drop out the bottom one, that of course causes the second one to gain some height. That's of course the whole premise of how we dealt with the trench in the first place. Now if you drop the second Maglor out at the apex of that little height boost, it gives you exactly the extra little bit of height required to clear the stair. So there we go. Stair conquered. Unfortunately, we're dealing with
2 stairs. You get across one stair and then you have to open it.
Do you think I should lose? Very well. Best to learn balance. You deserve this. Take it.
Yay! Now please get me out of here.
Did it.
So like that would be quite pleased, I'm sure. Let's head back. Beach. Wow, small rats. Da beach.
stairs. Plural. And this one, of course, doesn't have a friendly trench adjacent to it for us to explore. But it does have a descending stair right next to it. As it turns out, it involves basically the same trick we took with the trench to get mounted. It's just that we're now taking a ride on 3 stack instead of 2 stack. That gives us a 2 stack in front of the stack. But we need a 3 stack. Get up over the stack. 2 is, of course, as much as we can get by the previous stack, because our stacks only go up to 4 high, and the third Magor is the lowest one on the totem pole and can actually make it up the stack. Therefore, the highest stack we can have on the other side is 2. Which means, as admirable as our efforts have been, I guess this is where we make our first jump. Actually, no, hold on. There is one other detail I haven't brought up yet, which is the fact that it is extremely easy to stack your multiplayer Magors. This is because they join in directly above player 1. That means once we have our main Maglor safely on top of a 2-stack, we can then summon the other Maglor straight into a second 2-stack. And with that, we have 2 2-stacks atop the stack. Now, if we arrange them real close to each other, then drop out the Maglor our main Maglor is riding on, he ends up on top of the other 2-stack, making it a 3-stack, and giving us access over the second stair. That brings us to a bigger trench. But this one is super simple to cross if you just arrange a big stack of Maglors at the bottom of it. Then we encounter more identical stairs, which we, of course, deal with in identical manner to how we did so previously. Then we encounter a wall, which we are able to deactivate by sending the player 2 Maglor out to deal with a bomb block. Next up, extraordinarily narrow stairs. Ultimately, the basic principle necessary to get past these is the same as with the normal stairs. You just have to make sure you're moving in such a way as to not let your Maglors get pushed off. I found keeping them running into the walls at most times helped. Oh, and also you need to make sure that when you summon in your multiplayer Maglors, they only ride on the Maglors you want them to. To this end, holding down the B button is helpful thanks to its controlled glide and the fact that you can't ride another player while holding down the B button, thus allowing you to skip the comic stack and perhaps ride a shorter one instead. With that, the ladder is reached, and after some combat, the tutorial is finished completely. This milestone unlocks level 1 and one of Maglor's first abilities, Bomb. Anyway, we let Yellow Maglor have the honors of now bringing us into...
You actually see the ads disappear as they're blocked in real time if you...
like structure. Level 1 drop. This level starts off with another stair-step-like structure. Easy, right? Well, not exactly. So here's the thing. Everything we did in the previous level relied on the fact that we could drop down into various pits to jumpstart our stack. The ground before this stair here is completely flat. Oh, and if any of you are curious, no, we can't just summon a multiplayer Maglor to progress further into the forest, because the camera in this game is always centered on player 1. Therefore, we need to move player 1 around, not just send out various other Maglors to do our bidding. So after somehow beating the tutorial without jumping, it's the first real level now that is set to do us in. Alright, when I had more energy points, then I could upgrade an ability like levitation and maybe get by. But the fact of the matter is that we simply do not have enough points to do that. But maybe we can acquire enough. Here's a fun quirk about the Maglor epilogue. When you exit a level without finishing it, you keep any magic points you collected before exiting said level. This level has a few magic points within reach. So, if we keep going in and out of it, putting a bit more magic points in our account every time we do it, eventually, we do rack up enough magic points to afford levitation level 2. Now, levitation is that thing that happens when we hold down B. And now it can actually gain a little bit of height. Emphasis on a little bit. There is still, however, one glaring issue, which is the fact that you can't take off with levitation. You can only start levitating once you're already in midair. Luckily, that bomb move gives us a tiny bit of airtime when we activate it. Just enough airtime to act as a suitable takeoff for levitation.
Okay. What? You found an illusion ring? Yeah. Finally, let's show this old man his old knowledge. Yay. Is that really the old illusion blade? Amazing. Get back here. It's construction so out there. It's torn and shoot it can't try my way. It's a blade more than I can scarcely tell you. It's over 100 years old. What? This is the old illusion blade I've been searching for. It is priceless. Lowly? Just for that, I would like not to. I mean, Frank, once again. Zone Man is surely
questioning me. Very annoying. Just one. Sword. I do have that about here because I'm a collector. Anytime you would talk about my swords, my number one people. Thank you. Personally, I never want to see this phone man again. But you said it was actually Yay! It looks completely useless. Just looks like, you know, a kid, I wonder if the Saints actually do, wait, I can use Miracle.
And with that little bit of levitation, we can start building stacks. Which of course gets us past the stair step quite easily. And in fact, standard...
Springdale Elementary. Right here now. Oh, shut up, computer.
Stair strats get us all the way to here, where we need height and distance, which luckily our normal strategy plus our pathetic cover is sufficient to get past. As we continue through the level, I often dispatch multiplayer Maglors as disposable scouts to avoid committing player 1 Maglor into a soft-lock circumstance. Next up were some more stairs, but these ones were especially annoying on account of them being made of the type of platform you can tap down on to fall through. That made activating the bomb ability considerably more annoying when we top them, though far from impossible. Then we descend into battle, and in so doing, best level 1. Level 2, mercifully, is in large part about descending. It does feature these spike pits you have to cross, but most of them can be overcome with single-player levitating and bomb drop. There is this quite wide spike pit, which I decided to use multiplayer for, and let me tell you, stacking is way easier now that we've got the bomb drop and levitate level 2. Finally, the level ends with this moving platform section, which can be beaten with just a bit of good time. Though, do make sure to block and dodge during the combat section. It's kind of important. We use some more stacking to get to level 3, where we're immediately faced with the impending doom of an obstacle. Somehow I doubt we'll have the time to fumble around with multiplayer here. But not to worry, we've got Levitate level 2, which is surprisingly sufficient to get past every obstacle in this level. And beating this level is surprisingly sufficient to obtain enough energy points to unlock Levitation level 3. If you can't tell by now, I am just kind of beelining maxing out levitation as quickly as possible. Though I'll be honest, the new level of levitation doesn't help much on the electric boss fight, which I hated, in large part due to how precise you have to be to dodge through his electric shockwaves without damaging yourself. But
prevail.
and move on to World 2. Beating World 1 also unlocked the Maglor Surge, a faster means of clearing wide gaps. Though I'll probably stick to levitation for the most part, as it's considerably easier to control. And at level 3, my levitation does some good work, getting us through 2-1 without me even thinking of calling it. Then we're able to upgrade our levitation to level 4 immediately thereafter. 2-2 was all about combat and was therefore easy. And now that I've maxed out levitation, I can finally focus on upgrading some other things like Magnum Surge, Magic Sphere, and Health. With Levitate level 4, 2-3 was also relatively simple. 2-4 was an auto-scroller with really annoying conveyors and a key. Luckily, this key section is, I think, literally the easiest one of all time. The fight against Fiery Puffer was no walk in the park, but certainly manageable if you use your Maglor Surge like a dodge properly. I picked up the Magic Barrier along the way in World 3, which absolutely trivializes most combat encounters. And really the whole of World 3 was a cakewalk thanks to our ability upgrades. World 4 is a bit more difficult. There is a somewhat respectable key section in 4-1, but it's all downhill, so you don't really need to do anything too crazy to get past it. These moving platforms in 4-2 can be troublesome, as while Levitate level 4 is mostly great, we still often need to bomb drop prior to using it, which hurts our reaction times, which hurts our performance in a situation such as this. 4-3 is basically just a bunch of boss fights, so no worries there. 4-4 is an auto-scroller, which is made difficult by the fact that the platforms in it are basically all unsafe in some way, shape, or form, but if you just keep swimming, it's not too bad. Fighting the rampaging Doomers is no problem, which brings us to the round. Again, no problem. And finally, the final boss of this guy is way more annoying to deal with than other bosses on account of his numerous attempts that are able to get through our magic barriers. Back to good old dodging, surging, and flipping, I suppose. But in the end, he can't do this. Prove it! And though many of you doubted me, yes, it is possible to beat Maglor Epilogue without it. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, you may want to check out my other Kirby challenges, especially the No Jump Challenge on the main Kirby. Or you may want to check out my No Jump Challenge for Star Allies as well. I'd also very much appreciate it if you left this video a like and perhaps additionally, you should definitely
It's been 20 years since the world watched two icons.
Oh, a new Smash Bros. Trailer. That's cool. They Thanos everyone. Except Kirby. I guess that makes Kirby the most powerful character in the entire Nintendo canon, then. Huh. You know, I guess it does make sense. That would explain why Kirby games are usually pretty easy. Just isn't a character out there that can hope to pose a threat to the Curbmeister. Well, since Kirby is so powerful, I bet he could get through an entire adventure with an arm tied behind his back. Oh wait, no, even better, without jumping. Yeah, that could be interesting. Let's look into this. Is it possible to beat Kirby's Return to Dreamland without jumping? Before we get into this, we have to establish the rules and define what exactly a jump is. There isn't any official jump counter in this game, so we'll have to come up with a definition ourselves. The definition I propose, and the one we'll be using for this challenge, is this specific move that can be found in the pause menu while being normal Kirby. This move, jump/hover, is essentially what happens when pressing the 2 button while on land or in the air. This is the move we're trying to avoid using. Anything else in the game is fair game. If we can get through every stage and ultimately beat the final boss without resorting to using this move, then it's a challenge successful. Now, we obviously aren't going to get very far just by walking. So the question becomes, what methods will we use to get by without traditional jumping? 2 words: copy abilities. Some copy abilities in the game give us what I'll call jump replacements. Various moves that allow us to essentially jump without jumping. And what do you know? The first copy ability in the game is actually quite useful for us. The copy ability in question? Sword. The sword copy ability has 2 moves that we're interested in. The first of which is the upward slash. This move allows Kirby to gain upwards movement that's actually quite comparable to the height of a regular jump. With this move at our disposal, we should be able to clear most simple platforming challenges with ease. As for the second move, it also has some meat to it. The drill stab allows us to easily cross gaps that are 2 Kirbys wide. It also gives us some invincibility frames, which can prove especially useful during boss fights. Overall, while Sword does give us some close parallels to a regular jump ability, it's not quite as good in all circumstances. It gives us the option of upwards movement or good forwards movement, but not both at once. And the moves it does give us have entirely predetermined distances that they travel, which gives us less flexibility compared to the regular jump. But overall, it's a decent all-arounder replacement for our jump that we should be able to get some good use out of. So yeah, as soon as we get ourselves a sword, we should be in pretty good shape for the near future. That is, if we can get a sword. Let's jump into Cookie Country Stage 1 and talk about this. Our problem here stems from the fact that this game feels the need to force us to learn the entirely optional skill of jumping before it lets us anywhere near a copy ability. These pits are its means to do so. They're too wide to dash across, and once you're inside, the only logical thing to do is press that oh-so-alluring 2 button to get out. But we can't do that. It would mean that the run dies in the first level, nay, at the first real obstacle. I will not have it. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to resort to it so quickly, but it seems that the time has already come to unveil my secret weapon. Multiplayer. You see, in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, up to 4 differently colored Kirbys can work together to solve their problems. It's like Mass Attack, except in a normal Kirby game. What matters to us now is the fact that one Kirby can suck up and then spit out another Kirby. This allows us to cross these gaps without jumping even once. Having overcome the jumping tutorial, it's a straight shot to the sword copy ability, and with our new armament in hand, we can proceed through the level without incidents. Until we get to this obstacle. The flying tutorial. This barrier is designed to be slightly too tall to get over via jumping, thus forcing the player to learn how to fly. Unfortunately, since our upward slash gives us about as much height as a regular jump, we also can't get over it. But not to worry, we can pull out multiplayer again. In this game, Kirby can ride atop another Kirby. Using this mechanic, we should be able to get that extra bit of height we need to overcome this wall. There is one problem though. The only way to get off a Kirby that you're riding is by jumping, which obviously we can't do. But there is another way. In Kirby's Return to Dreamland, players other than Player 1 can join in and drop out at any time. If we have a Kirby drop out while Pink Kirby is riding it, then we're left with a Pink Kirby slightly in the air and fully able to perform an upward slash, and with that little boost, we can make it past this obstacle. Our next obstacle in this level doesn't take long to appear. Before us is a key, and these are evil. The reason being that once you pick up a key, all your moves performed with the 1 button go away and are replaced with throwing the key. This means that we can't use any of our jump replacements while holding a key, or any other object in the same vein. What we end up having to do is throw the key ahead of us and then run after it using our abilities. In this particular case it's not that difficult, but this is certainly a mechanic that could cause us trouble in the future. After that obstacle, the last thing we run into of any note in Stage 1 is the Ultra Sword, which, given its lack of ability to grant us a jump replacement, we simply ignore and finish the level. Stage 2 only has one particularly interesting obstacle. What you're supposed to do here is jump while holding the cannon to get the next part of the level to appear. Unfortunately, we can't do that. So what I did instead was have yellow Kirby hold the cannon, then have pink Kirby upward slash into a cannonball. Getting hit by the cannonball sent pink Kirby even higher, high enough to reach the switch by slashing their swords through the blocks. And there we go, on to Stage 3. Here we run into this massive cliff. It is way too tall to upward slash up. It's even too high to get up by using another Kirby as a stepping stool. It's too high to get over with a stack of 4 Kirbys. What we ended up having to do is get a sword for the top and bottom Kirbys in the stack. I'd perform an upward slash with the bottom Kirby, then while in mid-air, I would drop out with the Kirby directly beneath the top Kirby. At this point, with the top Kirby free from its ride, I'd perform an upward slash with it and overcome the obstacle. After that, we can finish the stage by relying on tactics we've already established. Stage 4 then features the exact same obstacle, but this time I found a better way past it. I discovered that when performing an upward slash, the move can be used again before hitting the ground. As it turns out, the move's cooldown takes less time than it takes to perform the move and fall all the way back down to where you start the move from. This allows us to fly infinitely using the sword copy ability. This discovery is a game changer. And hey, what do you know, it's time for the boss. As it turns out, Whisper Woods isn't all that difficult even when you can't jump. And with that, Cookie Country is clear. On to Raisin Rains. Now, before we continue, I would like to mention the fact that this challenge fundamentally changes the way you play the game, and makes nearly every level significantly more difficult than it otherwise would be. That being said, I don't have the time in this video to talk about every single hurdle we come across. So going forward, I'm only going to be talking about particularly novel or difficult challenges. That doesn't mean that the rest of the game is easy, but I do need to be a bit selective about what I talk about here. That being said, Raisin Ruins doesn't get all that interesting until Stage 2. This stage features water, and while this may look like a jump, it's activated by pressing up on the D-pad, so by our rules, it's not a jump. That's actually all I have to say about Stage 2. Stage 3 is noteworthy for introducing us to 2 new copy abilities, the first of which is Tornado. Tornado has one move that we're interested in, the Tornado Attack. This move allows Kirby to take flight as a practically invincible tornado. This move is fast, it is only vulnerable to bottomless pits and crushing, which allows us to get through otherwise nearly insurmountable obstacles like spikes and lava with ease. On the negative side, this move is highly impractical to fly infinitely with, and of course it's fairly difficult to control. Overall, this copy ability isn't what I'd want to be using all the time, but when it's useful, boy is it useful. The second copy ability discovered in Stage 3 is High Jump. Now, I know what you're thinking. Really? High Jump? I thought this was supposed to be a no jump run. What gives? And to that I say, High Jump is a distinct move from the regular jump and is activated with the 1 button. So by our rules, it's legal. The question is then, is it useful? Well, High Jump allows us to, jump high. There's not much else to it. On the plus side, this ability allows us to fly incredibly easily, and can get a significant amount of height very quickly. On the downside, that's about all it can do. We do not have the ability to jump low with this copy ability, nor do we have any means of attack aside from jumping and diving, which leaves a lot to be desired. It's got a certain set of skills, and while it may not be the best set of skills under all circumstances, I can almost guarantee it'll be useful at some point. With Stage 3 being practically built around these two abilities, we don't run into many issues and can move on to Stage 4. After spending way more time on Stage 4 than I care to admit, I learned one important thing. When a player other than Pink Kirby goes off screen and gets teleported to Pink Kirby, they keep holding whatever they were holding at the time. On to Stage 5, where we tornado the boss to death, no problem, and it's on to Onion Ocean. Now, I thought Onion Ocean would be pretty easy since it's mostly water levels, and you can't jump underwater anyway. Boy, was I wrong. I found that the best way through Stage 1 was with Tornado. This was because of all the spikes and lava in the level, and I should probably explain why those are such a problem. The issue stems from the fact that in this run we live and die on our copy abilities. A problem here is the fact that touching spikes or lava always makes you lose your copy ability. Adding insult to injury is the fact that if our copy ability then touches the spikes or lava, it's immediately destroyed. Which more often than not means we need to restart the level. And this run is super demoralizing whenever you need to restart a level. Because restarting a level usually doesn't mean just restarting the level. More often than not, it also means going back to a previous level to get a copy ability first, and if we've decided to use a more specialized copy ability, it can also mean playing part of an additional level to get that ability. In this particular case, whenever we fail to trip to 1-1 to grab sword and then to 2-3 to get tornado. This process can take up to 3 or 4 minutes, and that's just to restart the level, let alone get to where we were in the level. Now, the other interesting thing about Stage 1 is that it's our first run-in with another useful copy ability, Spear. Spear only has one move that helps with our mobility, but it's a good one, the Spear Copter. What this move allows us to do is fly much like Tornado, but in a much easier to control way. Like Tornado, however, this move is nearly impossible to fly infinitely with. This is because the Spear Copter is a move which must be charged for a few seconds before you can use it. This also means that we can't react quickly when using Spear, which can be a problem if we're put under a time crunch. Overall, Spear gives us the most precise jump replacement in the game, and can be incredibly useful when being slow and methodical is an option, but can fall flat when we have to improvise or act quickly. Anyways, we are able to finish Stage 1 by using Tornado and can get all the way to Stage 3 before hitting another roadblock. But first, let's talk about something I discovered in Stage 2. Fire and water aren't completely useless. Both of them have a dash move that can give us a bit of air. Fire's dash move can even allow us to climb walls, while water's dash can be comboed into a very good down air after crashing into a wall. While I don't love either of these copy abilities and probably wouldn't intentionally bring one with me into a level, they can be used as a means to continue a level after losing another copy ability if they happen to be around. Now to Stage 3. What we find here is yet another super copy ability. And this one is quite tricky to get through by ignoring the super ability on account of the tall obstacles under low ceilings. The strategy I went for was engaging multiplayer so I could have one Kirby take on the monster flame and clear obstacles, while the other Kirby kept a normal copy ability to use to traverse the level. This is actually a strategy I had employed in previous levels, but here there were some complications, or rather one massive complication. Bottomless pits. This area is absolutely filled with them. Now, alone they wouldn't necessarily be so bad, but when paired with a bunch of thin platforms, they become a nightmare. With a jumpless Kirby stranded on such a small platform, it gives us limited options as to where we can get the off-screen multiplayer teleport to go to. Even the successful attempt wasn't all that pretty. In fact, let me just show you it. Nothing else in Onion Ocean can really hold a candle to that. So let's move on to White Wafers. Stage 1 isn't anything special, but it does introduce us to one last useful copy ability. Fighter. Fighter may be the most versatile copy ability we have at our disposal. The uppercut is quite similar to the upward slash we have with sword. We also have a very useful dash attack in the form of the flying kick, which gets us both a lot of distance as well as a decent bit of upwards movement. Both these moves also give us a very generous amount of invincibility frames, and finally we get a good down air attack that allows us to bounce off of enemies and damage them while doing so. This move is especially useful against bosses. Add on top of all of this, the huge variety of solid moves that Fighter gives us for combat, and we've got probably the new best all-around copy ability, and definitely the best copy ability for boss fights. Our next highlight is Stage 4, and boy is it a doozy. The midsection of the stage features these ice cannons, which require quite precise movement as well as juggling a French horn to avoid. And then we run into another super copy ability section, and once again we get to deal with tall obstacles under low ceilings. Hooray! Now, Snowball is a bit easier than Monster Flame to deal with, since using the ability actually gives you some progress through the level. The big issue here ended up being an annoying tendency for Pink Kirby to end up riding our second Kirby after we use Snowball, which, if you remember from earlier, makes it so we have to drop out our second Kirby to free Pink Kirby. Luckily though, this doesn't happen every time, and with some persistence we can beat this level, and take comfort in the fact that this is as tough as White Wafers gets, and move on to Nutty Noon. Unfortunately, our greeting to Nutty Noon is a nice bit of difficulty. I found that Spear was the best copy ability to take on Stage 1 with. Luckily for us, the platforms in this level seem to have been spaced specifically to allow one to get from one platform to the next using the Spear Copter ability. That doesn't mean it's easy, of course, but with some patience and clever use of our abilities, we can get through. Nutty Noon's next roadblock comes with Stage 4. The opening is meant to be played using a shoe. We can't do that. I found that the best way to subvert this part of the level was with Spear. But I used High Jump instead by just kind of flying across the top of the screen. We then get to a section which is why I didn't use Spear in the previous section. The way these ropes work essentially requires the ability to ascend quickly at a second's notice. High Jump is perfect for this, but with the spikes and cannons it's still not easy. Next we make it to a portion of the level which features close quarters combat, which High Jump doesn't exactly excel at. Nevertheless, we can get through this stage using High Jump. The Grand Doomer continues the trend of boss fights being no problem, and now we find ourselves at Egg Engines, and the first stage is a bit annoying. Here we run into a stage that calls for speed and precision. Luckily for us, Spear does prove to be fast enough, and with a bit of planning and forethought, as well as remembering that blocking exists, yes, I hadn't used it up to this point, we can make it through Stage 1. Then Stage 2 comes along and ruins our day. This stage is filled with spikes, among other hazards. Luckily, Tornado is practically custom built to handle the first part of the stage. Unluckily, Tornado definitely isn't built to handle what comes next. Small platforms over bottomless pits. As you all know by now, Tornado is very fast, very invincible, but very hard to control precisely. That makes this part of the stage a nightmare. And even the parts before this part aren't necessarily easy with Tornado either. But through some miracle, I did make it through, and I'm very glad to be leaving that level behind. After that, Egg Engines isn't too difficult, so it's time to make our way to Dangerous Dinner. This level only contains 4 stages, and one of those stages is just the boss fight. But of those 3 stages, none are easy. They're about all that's left between us and the successful no-jump run. Can we beat them? Finally, every level beaten. All that's left to overcome is a boss fight. And thus far, boss fights have been easy. Landia is no exception. Of course, the game's not done yet. After a plot twist, we're faced with a shoot 'em up section, which you can't jump in anyways, so no problem is here. And finally, we come face to face with our true enemy, Magmor. He's definitely the most difficult boss we've faced thus far, but he's still a boss, so with a couple uppercuts, then diving on him with kicks, we can defeat him twice. And now, the game is finally over. So, did we do it? Is it possible to beat Kirby's Return to Dreamland without jumping? Yes. No asterisks, no twists. It is possible to beat Kirby's Return to Dreamland without jumping. And yeah, that's the video then. If you have any feedback, man, No Jump Kirby might be my new favorite way to play Kirby now. I mean, it's just such an interesting challenge, and also adds some much needed difficulty to your standard Kirby experience. And honestly, I haven't had enough yet, so today, let's continue our Kirby No Jump journey by finding out together, is it possible to beat Kirby's Star Allies without jumping? Now, if you haven't already seen it, I already attempted this challenge on Kirby's Return to Dreamland, and the rules here are basically the same. No using the move jump/hover. Anything else in the game is acceptable. The main difference in the rules this time around stems from the fact that since Star Allies is all about the power of friendship, and thus features AI companions following us around for most of the game, we need to decide if them jumping is against the rules. And I say no. Our friends can jump to their heart's content, so long as no human-controlled characters jump, we're good. So yeah, just like last time, our first priority is getting a copy ability that yields us a jump replacement. So let's start level 1 and get on that. Oh, we can't get past the jump tutorial without jumping. Kirby's default moveset doesn't have any moves that get us the height we need to get over this obstacle. And this being the first obstacle in the first level, we don't have access to any copy abilities that might help us. I tried using multiplayer, but you can't actually join in a second player until you've made a friend, which we can't do yet. I even tried using Amiibo, but they just give food and puzzle pieces, which doesn't help us here. Is it too late to change this video to what is the minimum number of jumps required to beat Kirby Star Allies? Okay, we don't need to go through that again. Unfortunately, it would seem that this first jump is unavoidable. And the second one. What about the third one? Here we can finally start pulling out some tricks. Allow me to present to you the art of pushing and being pushed. You see, in Kirby Star Allies, when a Kirby collides with an enemy, they both get knocked away from each other. This knockback is useful on 2 counts. Firstly, it allows us to affect the position of an enemy and put them in the most advantageous position for our purposes. In this case, an otherwise stationary Waddle Dee. Secondly, when Kirby is pushed by an enemy, he experiences a small amount of upwards movement, which is enough to clear obstacles approximately 1 Kirby tall. I'm sure you can see where this is going. If we run into this Waddle Dee, we can push it right next to this block. With the Waddle Dee in that position, we can utilize the dodge ability to get on the right side of the Waddle Dee and get pushed onto the block. From here, if we stand on the very edge of the block, we can once again dodge, this time to clear the gap. There's now only one more jump left between us and our first copy ability, and compared to the previous one, this one's easy to skip. All we have to do is get on the right side of this patrolling mushroom, then wait for it to push us up onto the ledge. Now we can consume the Blade Knight, and finally we have our first copy ability, Sword. Sword gives us access to the upward slash and drill stab, as well as a few other useful moves, but these two are our bread and butter with Sword. The upward slash allows us vertical movement comparable to the height of a regular jump, while the drill stab can get us over relatively small gaps with ease. On the surface it seems about the same as it was in Return to Dreamland. However, there is one major difference this time around. We can't jump infinitely with it anymore. We can use it while in the air in order to cross somewhat long gaps, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't manage to gain or even maintain height in the long run. It's still useful for clearing simple platforming challenges, but no flight is sure to be a drag going forward. Moving on this level, our next major obstacle is the flying tutorial. It's slightly too high to get over with a single upward slash, but I found that if you spam the move while holding up and right, it is possible to clear the flying tutorial. Not long after the flying tutorial comes these chain things we have to grab, and guess what? They're just out of reach of an upward slash no matter how many times I spam it. Luckily, if you do a down attack immediately after an upward slash, you perform a sword dive, which, before diving to the ground, gives us the extra height we need to pull on a chain and reveal a ladder that's even higher. Look guys, I tried a lot to make this work. I tried going infinite, but you just can't. I thought that maybe I could try riding an ally, but as it turns out, you can only ride an ally if you jump onto them. You can't get on by falling from an upward slash or a higher platform. I tried blindly upward slashing while the barrier fell, but could never manage to grab the ladder. So then, is this jump number 3? It seems like it, and it really is unfortunate because with some better copy abilities, this obstacle would be no problem. But alas, this is still level 1, so we are very limited in what abilities we have access to. If we could use a Dream Palace, this would be easy, but right now we don't have one of those unlocked. As it stands, we only have access to Bomb, Sword, and Cutter. There is simply no way to clear this obstacle without jumping by using these abilities. But are those really the only copy abilities we have access to? Have you ever heard of a copy ability race? As you probably already know, Kirby games allow you to gain copy abilities by eating enemies which possess said abilities. But what happens when you consume 2 enemies with different abilities at the same time? In most Kirby games, Star Allies included, a copy ability mix occurs, during which Kirby is granted a random copy ability from a pool of every copy ability in the game. If one were able to reliably set up a scenario where this happened, then you could just repeat the process until you get the desired copy ability. So the question then becomes, can we engineer such a scenario in this level? Now, it's tough, because up to this point all enemies we've encountered that can grant us copy abilities have been stationed, and a bit of a distance away from each other. But it can be done. On the second screen of the level, right where the hill that the Sir Kibble stands on flattens out, use a drill stab. If you do it right, you should hit the Sir Kibble with the final strike of the attack, which won't kill the Sir Kibble, but will launch it a significant distance to the right. Next, dodge through the Sir Kibble and the Blade Knight. Once on the right side of the Blade Knight, run into it twice, making sure that you let the invincibility frames wear off before running into it the second time. If you've done it right, you should be left with a Sir Kibble and a Blade Knight standing right next to each other, ready to be in hand. Now all you have to do is repeat the process until you get your desired copy ability. I went for Clean. Not because cleaning is actually that useful, but because I could then turn cleaning into a friend and use that friend to upgrade my sword to a bluster sword. Bluster Sword is amazing. It's basically the Luigi backflip of this game. With Bluster Sword, we get the entire moveset of Sword, except all the moves give us greater mobility. Example 1, the upward slash, which now shoots Kirby way higher than before. Also, this upward slash actually does allow us to fly infinitely. The drill stab now goes much further than before as well. We even have some other jump replacement options in the form of the spin strike and upward spin strike, and all that isn't even the best part. We can now fly infinitely with just regular attacks in the air, which, if we do need some extra height, can be easily comboed into an upward slash. So, in short, Bluster Sword gets us past this ladder, and the rest of level 1, and most of the rest of the game. So yeah, Bluster Sword makes all those levels not only possible, but easy. We're now left with only 5 mandatory levels that can be considered challenging. Friendly Field, Heavenly Hall, Planet Earthfall, Jambadra Base, and Kirby Star Allies. These 5 levels can't be solved with Bluster Sword alone, so we'll need to take a closer look at each of them. Let's start with Planet Earthfall. Planet Earthfall is a mostly peaceful, fall-themed level featuring leaves, chests, cleaning dudes, and an old enemy of ours. Something with evil fused into its very being and components. That's right, I'm talking about keys. If you're unacquainted, the reason these keys are such a pain is because when you're holding one, your attack button, you know, the button we use to activate our jump replacements, instead throws the key, meaning we can't achieve upwards mobility while holding a key. To make matters worse, it seems that Kirby's been skipping Arm Day since Return to Dreamland. I mean, just look at this pitiful throw. And if that wasn't bad enough, our old enemy keys have teamed up with a new foe in this level. Slopes. While the Mario Maker community may be rejoicing at these things as of late, we most certainly are not. Because when a thrown key lands on a slope, it bounces off of it as if it had hit a wall. And guess where one of the keys we need to use to get through this stage is located? If you guessed in a valley surrounded by slopes, then you'd be right. And I could not find a way to get this key up the slope and to the door alone. Luckily for us, the old trick of having a second player hold the key, then be teleported to player 1, still works. And so, by temporarily snapping our controller in half, we can get past this level jumpless. Alright, that's 1 of 5 down. Now which level to try next? How about Friendly Field? Sounds nice enough. Welcome to Friendly Field, home of the worst nightmare of a no-jump run. A friend circle. Just looking at the control screen of a friend circle ought to clue you in as to the main issue here. Literally, the only thing you can do as a friend circle is jump. This is a disaster, and as far as I know, there's no way to skip a friend circle segment in a mandatory level, which means the best we can do is jump as few times as possible to get through the segment. In this case, 1, 2, 3 times. So now we're up to 2 regular jumps and 3 friend circle jumps. Why am I counting them separately? I just think it's a useful distinction since friend circles are such a departure from the regular gameplay. That's not to say I don't think they count as jumps, but I would consider them as lesser jumps, I suppose. Moving on, I suppose it's time to reveal that friend circles are the issues in Heavenly Hall and Jumbadra Base as well, leading to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 more friend circle jumps, which brings us up to a total of 2 regular jumps and 35 friend circle jumps, going into the final challenging level, which actually happens to be the final level of the game for once, Kirby Star Allies. Here we are, our final challenge, the fight against Void Termina. Our biggest issue here occurs during phase 1 of the fight, when Void Termina is in his, Colossus form. During this phase of the fight, one of Void Termina's attacks is him jumping and sending out a shockwave in all directions. Normally you would avoid this attack by jumping, but we can't do that. Instead, we just take the hit and hope we can deal enough damage quick enough to end this phase before we die. And we can. This doesn't leave us with much health going into the next phase of the fight, but that phase has a bunch of food in it, so we can heal to just about full before continuing the fight. All future phases drop the jump attack, which means unless you count these QTEs in the finale as jumps, which you shouldn't, because, does this look like a jump to you? We can beat Void Termina without adding any more jumps to our total. But let's not let the joy of overcoming the final boss without jumping overshadow the fact that, as unfortunate as it may be, it is not possible to beat Kirby Star Allies without jumping. As far as I can tell, the minimum number of jumps required to beat Kirby Star Allies is 2 regular jumps and 35 friend circle jumps, which isn't terrible, especially when you consider that no regular jumps are required to beat the game after the first screen. But hey, we put in our best effort, pulled out some neat tricks, and achieved a respectable result. And I am looking forward to the next challenge for us to test our mettle against, and I hope you are too. In the meantime, you can try out this challenge for yourself and see if maybe you can shave off a couple more jumps. And of course, if you haven't already, be sure to check out some of the other challenges I've already done, like Kirby's Return to Dreamland without jumping, or if you've got ideas for future challenges. Okay, so you know how I normally have a paragraph here at the beginning, justifying to some extent why I'm making the video? We don't have time for that, so we're just going to get right into it. Is it possible to beat Kirby Triple Deluxe without jumping? The rules are quite straightforward. and really there's only one. We are not allowed to use the move jump slash hover. Our goal is to beat the game without ever using this move. So let's jump into World 1, find fields, and see how we do. Now, Stage 1 starts off with this obnoxious jumping tutorial. Unfortunately, since we're a regular Kirby right now without any copy abilities and therefore no jump replacements, we already have to resort to jumping 5 times. Not the best start of a no-jump run. Now, if you've seen any of these Kirby no-jump videos before, you know that the most important thing for us right now is getting our first copy ability. And we're close now. We just have to get over this one Kirby high ledge, and a sword is ours. Luckily for us, if we run into this Waddle Dee from earlier in the stage, he'll start walking straight toward the ledge. With a bit of patience, we can find out that the physics in this game are different from Star Allies, and that getting hit by an enemy doesn't give us enough height to climb a one Kirby high ledge. Jump number 6 it is then. But at least now we have our first copy ability, Sword. If you're a regular viewer, then you should know what a sword gives us by now. The upward slash and drill stab are the main moves it gives us. Neither of these moves are amazing, but they come together to give us a decent all-around copy ability. Although the most important thing to us right now is the fact that this sword does allow us to fly infinitely, which makes it much more useful than the regular sword in Star Allies. Nevertheless, even with sword, this first stage has one more wrench to throw in our plans. Hypernova. Hypernova is essentially this game's take on the super copy abilities from Return to Dreamland. So, just like them, instead of a wide array of various moves, each useful to achieve different things under different circumstances like a normal copy ability, Hypernova has exactly one move: sucking. This one move has absolutely no jump replacement utility. Worse still, whenever a stage features Hypernova, it is mandatory to get and use it. And without multiplayer, our only real recourse during these sections is jumping as few times as possible. In this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, bringing our total jumps coming out of stage 1 to 16. Luckily, stage 2 is a bit more hospitable. The entire stage, aside from one portion, is pretty easy to get through with sword. The one exception is this bottleneck. Because the upward slash has a bit of horizontal movement, it's quite difficult to avoid getting stuck on these ceilings. Difficult, but not impossible, which means we can finish stage 2 without adding any more jumps to our total. Stage 3 is the plaything of our sword, until Hypernova strikes once again. In case you don't know, these things appear about twice every world. Yay. Well, nothing to do but make like Sesame Street and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 more jumps, bringing our total to 34. Stage 4 features another antagonist that is sure to do a great job assisting Hypernova in making this challenge a nightmare. The antagonist in question? Keys. If you're unfamiliar with these dastardly little chunks of molded metal, the reason they're so evil is because when you're holding one, your attack button, which is the button we use to activate our jump replacements like the upward slash, instead throw the key. That means while we're holding one, we can't achieve any upwards movement without jumping. Now this key in particular has to make it up this set of platforms to get to a door that we have to unlock to continue the level. Unfortunately, we can't throw it high enough to get it up these platforms. So I'm not sure what to do. All our key-related problems in previous challenges were solved with multiplayer, which we don't have access to in this game. Is this going to be another 3 jumps? Maybe not. I remember reading some comments on previous videos with good things to say about Whip. Whip has one move that can act as a jump replacement, and really it's not even that good. The Whip Tornado is finicky to use, only grants height comparable to a normal jump, and can't fly infinitely. But in spite of all of that, Whip is going to be an essential copy ability in this playthrough, because Whip can move objects like keys around without even picking them up. If we're using Whip, we have a jump replacement that we can use while transporting keys. Using Whip, we can get this key up to the door no problem, which allows us to continue the level, fight this boss, and come into contact with another useful copy ability, Beetle. Beetle is most comparable to Sword. Instead of the upward slash, we have the spiral horn. Instead of the spin drill, we have the rocket horn. In addition, both abilities have attacks sharp enough to cut ropes and grass, but Beetle also has a down air attack that can crush down these logs, which Sword doesn't have. Between the two, my personal preference is Beetle, but regardless, it's good to have a second option for an all-around jack-of-all-trades copy ability. We can get through the rest of the stage without much difficulty using Beetle, although I would like to mention these gondolas, which in most cases we can't use on account of having to jump to get out of them. Nevertheless, they're not mandatory to use here, so we can move on to the World 1 boss. But first, I need to mention a specific mechanic that I'm sure all of you who left comments that I should have been collecting energy spheres in Return to Dreamland are going to love. You need to collect sunstones to unlock the boss stages in this game. To unlock this stage, we need to collect at least 5 sunstones from other stages in Friendly Field. Luckily, I collected 6 without much difficulty. The sunstones I got were the first one in stage 1, all of them in stage 2, the first one in stage 3, and the second one in stage 4. The stage 1 sunstone did require 1 jump to get, but you can't actually advance through the rest of the stage without getting it, so we already have that jump counted towards our total. The third one, in stage 2, is a bit tricky since we have to use Whip to get it, but since there's a Whip and Sword right next to it, getting this stone doesn't really change how we have to play the rest of the level. So yeah, no real trouble unlocking this boss stage, however this mechanic may come back to bite us later. As for the boss fight itself, it's pretty easy unless we can move on to Lollipop Land, no problem. Stage 1 of Lollipop Land can be easily beaten utilizing Beetle. As for the Sunstones, the first and third stones are incredibly easy to obtain. The second requires getting through this puzzle room, which you're meant to solve using Wheel. Unfortunately, Wheel doesn't have much in the way of a useful jump replacement, so we can't use it here. What we can do is stand at the perfect spot where our spiral horn just barely hits the switch while also getting us onto the 3D Warp Star. Then once the Warp Star lands, if we quickly rocket horn, we can barely make it through the door just before it closes. This means we can get all 3 sunstones from stage 1 without adding a single jump to our total. The first half of stage 2 is quite easy to get through jumpless as well, and even allows us to nab the first sunstone of the stage without any real difficulty. We also come across another useful copy ability, one which I used to get through this stage, Spear. Just like in Return to Dreamland, Spear grants us our most precise jump replacement in the game, Spearcopter. Unfortunately, with that unmatched precision comes quite a few drawbacks. Firstly, Spearcopter is slow, both in the sense that we can't move quickly with it, but also in the sense that it takes a fair amount of time to charge up before it can be used, making it give us a very poor reaction time. Our second drawback is the fact that we can't fly infinitely with it, which makes its general utility significantly worse. And thirdly, doors suspended in the air, close to the ceiling, are difficult and sometimes flat out impossible to get through while using Spear. That may sound like an incredibly niche problem, but it actually comes up surprisingly often. But in spite of all of that, Spear does get us through the first half of stage 2 fairly easily. Unfortunately, the second half brings us Hypernova. Once again, our only recourse here is jumping as few times as possible during the segment of the level, which gives us another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 jumps. Brings our total to 50. Oh well, moving on. Stage 3 is no problem to get through using speed. As for Sunstones, I was able to get the first one with just a bit of tossing. Now stage 4, on the other hand, is a haunted stage. Now these stages in general are very bad for us, for reasons that we'll explore in just a moment. First, we need to overcome an obstacle present in this specific stage, a key. This key can be found at the bottom of a fairly significant pit, while the door it unlocks is very much outside said pit. Luckily, by using Whip, we can get this key to the door. Unluckily, we're now pigeonholed into bringing Whip, one of our more generally useless copy abilities, into this stage. And with one of the major motifs of this stage being platforms that quickly disappear after you step on them, I am not looking forward to having to deal with Whip's finicky jump replacement here. However, the stage does offer one alternative: Circus. Our main jump replacement with Circus is Fire Hoop Jump. This move gives us both a respectable amount of height and distance. We also have access to somersaulting, which can do a decent job at clearing minor obstacles. Unfortunately, flight is not possible using Circus, and our jump replacement's trajectories are very inflexible. So while this copy ability isn't amazing, there are some circumstances where it is better than the available alternatives, and right now is one of those times. That being said, it's still not easy. The inflexible jump arcs can be quite troublesome during some parts of the stage, but Circus is sufficient to get us through most of it. There is still one issue. An issue that not even the best parts unscathed, let alone the Circus. It's these mirror sections. They're there in every haunted stage, and these are the Now, the reason I say that is because originally these sections we were stuck. There we go. Okay. Let's look at stage 1. I went into this stage with Beetle and was able to get through most of the stage pretty easily. In addition to just getting through the stage, I was also able to get the first Sunstone. Unfortunately, Hypernova appears in the second half of this stage. With this particular Hypernova section, I did come across one useful trick. So these turnips have to be jumped on, right? Wrong. When you suck it out of the ground, you have enough time to run to the other side before it grows back, eliminating quite a few potential jumps in this section. That's not to say we can avoid all jumps here. We're still left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 jumps in this stage. Stage 2 requires us to avoid using gondolas, but is overall fair enough, and allows us to get its third Sunstone without jumping as well. Stage 3 presents us with this obstacle. Essentially, a switch in the background where the also pretty easy. In the first half, that is. It features one of the easiest key-based sunstones thus far in the form of its second sunstone, but then it's hyper-no time, and while I did use some dodging and the like to cut some jumps, this snowman gimmick is brutal. And so the stage results in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 more jumps being added to total. But hey, on the bright side, the boss only requires 7 sunstones from this world to unlock, which is a standard we have reached. And while Krakow is actually a somewhat difficult boss due to the bottomless pits in the area, we can definitely beat some jumps and move on to Wild World, with our jump total sitting at 101. Taking on stage 1 of Beetle turned out to be a fun, simple romp, which even included grabbing the first and third stun stones, as well as this fun obstacle. And all of that.
You say that?
Gordo,
How dare you?
we are a bit tricky to get around, so with the the rest of the stage is the There are a few required jumps here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
What?
Stage 4 goes considerably smoother. We do encounter this laser again, but it's completely optional here. Getting through the stage is honestly pretty easy, and we can even grab the second and third sunstones by defeating Blocky quickly and by dodging the snake fire pillar cubes. Stage 5 is very much cut from the same cloth as stage 4. It is pretty easy to get through jumpers, and while there are quite a few optional things we can't do, the first sunstone in this level is practically a gimmick. The boss requires 8 sunstones from Wild World to unlock, which, luckily enough, is exactly how many we've collected, so we can face the Coily Rattler, which, like most boss fights, doesn't require any jumping. Now it's time for World 5, Endless Explosions. Starting things off, stage 1 isn't very difficult to beat jumpless, however, all 3 sunstones Next up is stage 2, which opens with us having to bring this ball into this circle. There is jumps required to get to the luckily, we do have another option of a copy ability to use here. Unluckily, it's Spear, which is also terrible for getting out of water with, and really best used from a solid surface as well. Ultimately, we need somewhere to stand on, but there's no such place close enough to use it. Unless we can stand on lava or something like that.
Invincibility frames, my friend.
Can we? Technically, yes. In this game, lava is treated as a solid surface. Just a solid surface that happens to hurt you and destroy your copy ability when you touch it. But that's a bit of a deal breaker. It really doesn't matter whether or not we can stand on the lava if our copy ability is destroyed as soon as we do so. But what if that wasn't the case? What if I told you that there is a way to stand on lava completely consequence free? Welcome, my friends, to the beautiful world of invincibility. You see, after graduating from college, is invincible and therefore completely immune to any further damage or adversity. And yes, that invincibility is just a matter of doing it fast. Unfortunately, none of the possibilities we're using up to this point can ascend the shaft quick enough to avoid our demise via crushing. I suppose it's time we try out another copy, one that happens to be local to this very stage, in fact. Fight.
Of course, it's favorite ability becoming created by one of the greatest.
Fighter operates in a very similar vein to Sword and Beetle. Once again, we have access to a good jump placement for upwards mobility, this time in the form of Rising Break, We also gain a decent forward motion focused jump replacement from the spin kick. What really matters right now, though, are the subtle differences between these moves and their sword and beetle counterparts. For one, the spin kick grants upward movement and not just forward movement, unlike the dash moves from sword and beetle. What's most important now, though, is the rising break, which features an interesting trade-off. The rising break doesn't just move upwards, it also makes Kirby move forwards at a fairly significant distance. But in exchange, this move is by far the best for big vertical ascent. Look enough to know that it's good. With that option, not just anybody, though, but the mob this section requires two things. There's no way that's one thing. The other jump is moving on, we encounter the grand finale. In this fast-paced, high-intensity chase where we're quickly bouncing from screen to screen, united only in their advancing spike walls of doom. And here, that downside about the rising break comes in. You see, this screen requires that you maneuver out from underneath this ledge, and then quickly turn around and move along the top of the ledge to continue. This seemingly simple obstacle is a death sentence for fighter. Over my hours of attempting to get past this section, due to the forward movement of the rising break, I only ever achieved one of two results. After finishing the rising break, I would either turn around and end up uppercutting the bottom side of the ledge, or I would not turn around and run straight into the spikes. Both of these outcomes, if you can't tell, result in failure. But not to worry, fighter isn't the only copy ability in the game. So I tried the other copy abilities I had access to in this stage.
Well,
Wing ended up being basically useless. Sword and fire failed in the screen before the one that fighter can't get past. And that's it. That's all the copy abilities we have access to by this part of the level. So, how many jumps to get past this obstacle? Well, according to my notes, it's 0. The only other thing I have written here is mix. Oh, the copy ability mix. I'd almost forgotten about it. For the uninitiated, a copy ability mix is what occurs when you consume multiple items which grant different powers. In such a scenario, a roulette of all the copy abilities in the game to leave the school and find that it can't get us high enough. And the only other copy ability we can get from him is leave. Or so it appears. One interesting thing about collecting sun seeds is that if you die after acquiring them, you keep the progress that you had gotten, even if you die on the same screen that the sunstone is located. So what we can actually do here, after collecting the sunstone, is mosey on over to some spikes and up. Upon respawning, we find ourselves conveniently close to a lava, which we can just barely sucker and give ourselves the spear cover. With spear, we can clear the screen, no problem. Unfortunately, we eventually run into this screen, in which we once again confront Spear's biggest weakness: doors suspended in the air. The only other copy abilities we encounter on our way to this point are Archer and Bomb, neither of which help us here. We do, however, encounter them together, and you know that means a copy ability mixed with a I got Beetle and was able to go through the suspended door, no problem, and in fact make it all the way to a hypernova section. This section requires Stage 5 is just a bit less. Not only can we get through the whole stage jumpless, we can also get all 4 substations instead of Unfortunately, even with such a strong and the third,
Dry hammer.
Something like Whip, which we can't get here jumpless, there's no way we're getting this sunstone without adding some jumps. The third one is the most frustrating one because if I could get the right copy ability like Fighter to this last part of the stage, we could get it no problem. Unfortunately, we're stuck with Beetle by the time we get to this part of the stage, which simply ascends too slowly to allow us to get this sunstone. And finally, stage 4 features a sunstone that you need to use Archer to hit, which is a cop ability that doesn't give us much of anything in the way of jump placements. And then 2 sunstones in the hypernova section. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to settle for the least number of jumps added for these remaining sunstones. The last one in stage 4 is an easy grab if we've given up on being perfect, since it's right there. You just jump once and dash. A slightly less ideal one, but still our best in my research, is stage 2's third one, which is 2 extra jumps. And finally, the last one is stage 1, might be possible. So I got to think, why do we need 3? Just because it's fast? It doesn't have the problem of being fire. Get through this gap and get the stage without any extra jumps. suppose I shouldn't have gone to use World 6's hospital. Welcome to stage
Anything that looks
the
beautiful.
Hypernova
is
Greatest Hits
dangerous.
stage. You know what? I'm done with this whole Sesame Street routine. It's 44 jumps to beat the level, and that's without getting any substance. The ghost house section is particularly annoying because it's maze-like, so the only way you get through that with the minimum number of jumps is if you've memorized ahead of time what the correct door in the section is. I wonder what stage 4 has for us. After the most jumps we've had in a single stage yet. Well, after that stage, it did seem our unfortunate. Stage 4 is Boss Rush 2. Bosses have never really had a problem with this Personally, I found that Beetle had the best Perhaps we can at least have victory in the final boss fight.
He's going insane.
Not. So, the final boss fight? Let's find out. So, this stage has a lot of bosses in it. And of course, bosses are generally not much of an issue in these challenges. And that holds true for the most part. Queen Septimia's final form is actually pretty difficult. Personally, I blame the platform layout, which makes it so falling to death is much easier, as well as ensuring that a lost copy build is likely to fall to its death as well. Nevertheless, it's
Yeah,
always
that's.
possible. Wait, what's this? Another face? No. Man's a traitorous scum. Simply, I cannot take another Hypernova section. Please, spare me this. So I guess this is our grand finale, eh? A Hypernova section. What a great moment in this challenge. A Hypernova section. That requires no jumps. I didn't think it was possible either, but this whole section of the boss fight takes place on one long, solid platform. Hypernova, I still hate you, but I'm glad you didn't ruin this challenging climactic boss fight. So, is it possible Kirby triple device without Comment. Yep, the time has finally come.
Robobot.
Is it possible to beat Kirby Panic Robobot without jumping? This is the fourth one. Sixth.
Why is the thing so
We are trying to beat the game without using the jump slash hover.
Fire is actually a pretty good ability.
While this was as useless as Spark, it's still far from good or useful. This copy ability does give us the Cutter Dash, which is similar to the Spin Drill. Unfortunately, the move that has the capability to give us height, Final Cutter, can only be used when standing right next to an enemy. Kind of ironic that the copy ability Smash Bros. Recovery is drawn from is so useless in terms of jump placements. So yeah, technically better than nothing, but not by much. Once again, we find ourselves in desperate search for another copy ability to replace our current one. It takes another 2 jumps to find one, and this time around, it's Sword. Now this is a good copy ability. With moves like the upward slash, drill staff, we finally have some mobility options. This has historically been our go-to basic all-around copy ability, and after those last 2 copy abilities, I do not think I have ever been happier to see this. This even includes getting the stages 1 and only 2. If you're unfamiliar, not a random boss fight. So we aren't left with any real options other than jumping here. Now you may be thinking, not so fast. The Robobot armor can use copy abilities too. Surely some of those must have jump placements. And yes, that's
There's a ledge,
correct.
bud.
However, the copy abilities are also heavily stripped down. In fact, most of them have just one move beyond standard movement control, and usually that one move is means we're left to beat this level with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, It features these batteries, essentially this game's version of keys. All the usual limitations of not being able to use our jump placements or holding them apply here. Those
Yes,
limitations
it's
are added some extras like built-ins. Luckily, none of the batteries that are required to just baseline get through the stage require jumping. You know what does require jumping though? This hill that you have to get up in Robobot armor. That's also, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but this boss fight requires jumping as well. Not these little ones. They might have a screw on their head, but they can just be sawed. The big guy though, he requires a couple of jumps. In total, stage 3 requires 8 jumps to get through. Stage 4 is then pretty easy to clear jump this, in large part due to these climbable surfaces. It's even not all that difficult to get past the third one, however, is unreachable without gauging the option Robobot solution. Yes, I said honestly, there's no specific Robobot armor in this game, in fact. Usually in such cases, there's something like the Speaking of Fighter is a very useful property. It's got a couple of great jump placements in the form of the spin kick, especially the right grip, which I find to be much easier to use for infinite plates than the upward slash. It's also pretty good for fighting bosses in my opinion. This stage is also where we run into the most useful Robobot armor variants, Parasol.
okay.
The usefulness of this armor variant is pretty self-evident. If we press and hold the B button, we fly. So basically, whenever we find ourselves in the Robobot section with Parasol available to us, we're using Parasol. It's just the best. Back to the level. The second code cube is incredibly easy to get as it just requires hitting some switches. The third one is a bit trickier. The process starts by scanning a yarn Yoshi move to get a very useful property. Whip.
I thought you said whip sucked.
Whip has one useful jump. The whip tornado. The other is the line and fly. Objects like that. A feature that no other jump is. As such, there is a battery certain copy ability that I failed to utilize to its full extent last time. Circus. Circus has two main jump replacements for us to use. They are the fire hoop jump and trampoline. The fire hoop jump can be easily activated at the drop of a hat and gives a relatively low fixed jump bar. Trampoline, on the other hand, gives a high, very flexible jump bar, and even access to what essentially amounts to a double jump. We can't fly with it, but it does have the rare ability of allowing a lot of height without requiring horizontal movement, which certainly gives it a place in our arsenal. As for the stage itself, these dice are enough because they destroy contact, and there's a fair amount of bottom space, which most concerning obstacle though is this robot circle, which is supposed to guide the If we want to guide this Kirby, then we have to jump. Luckily, we don't have to guide this Robo Kirby.
Hell?
Yeah, it may not be entirely obvious, but you can just trampoline over this wall no problem, and ignore the Robo Kirby entirely. So there we go, stage 4 beaten, and with the second code cube acquired too. Speaking of code cubes, it takes 5 to unlock the boss stage, and we have 8. Not bad. The boss itself was no problem. In fact, I actually used it as a chance to experiment with another copy builder. Smash Bros. You can get the Smash Bros. Copy ability by scanning the Smash Bros. Series Kirby amiibo. So, is it any good for us? Somewhat. We obtained 2 main jump replacements here. The Final Cutter and the Smash
I
Kick.
do?
As far
Why
as the
is
Final
it
Cutter
flipped?
goes, it exists. It's honestly not all that good, as you can barely get any horizontal movement out of it, which makes it, at best, finicky to use under most circumstances. The Smash Kick is actually pretty good as a horizontally focused jump replacement. One thing I like about it is that you can charge it to adjust how far it travels, which is a nice quality of life feature. Overall, it's really not the best ability for navigating levels, but it sure can do damage against bosses. Welcome to Area 3. Stage 1 goes by quite easily, albeit without grabbing any code cubes. Then Stage 2 hits us with another mandatory Robobot section. This time, as a car. Now, as a car, you can do this by pressing up on the D-pad. Which then enabled me to use the Smash Kick to escape. With that obstacle defeated, the rest of the stage went by mostly without incident. The vast majority of Stage 5 takes place underwater, and thus was not a problem to complete jumpless, as you can't jump underwater. And because of all the water, I was able to scan a King DVD amiibo and use the hammer ability to get a code cube locked behind a set of logs. Everything went so smoothly here that we were able to get all 3 code cubes on the stage. That puts us at 8 code cubes collected in Area 3, which is a bit more than the 6 required.
Jealous that he just got the...
Susie is not a difficult boss to beat jumpless, and so we're ready to go to Area 4. Stage 1 was overall not too difficult to beat jumpless, all obtaining the second code cube. This bottleneck here was very difficult to get through using Fighter, so I scanned my Link amiibo and used Sword instead. Stage 2 was also no issue. This time with 2 code cubes though. Conveyor belts and held items made stage 3 considerably trickier than the previous 2. It's still possible, nonetheless. Not easy. Even the 1 code cube I got was a bit of a time struggle getting batteries into me though. Stage 4 is another shoot 'em up level, and this time there are no jumps required to get to the shoot 'em up section. Yay! Oh, by the way, we also got all 3 code cubes on this stage. However, for every avenue of code cubes in this level, resulting in us not receiving a single one. It's fine, because we already had 7 code cubes. Just one more of us to the area's boss, which involves jumping exactly Stage 1 of Area 5 was small. That being said, what could be done is fair use. The first thing isn't super easy. You need to use wind to radiate this battle set. And after that, you need to use Of these, I guess the least impossible sounding is the second. Let's give it a shot. Entering the room with the code cube is simple enough. We just need to scan a King DDD video to get the hammer copy ability, pound in the stump, and then wear it. This is where things get interesting. Stump 1 easily pounded. I don't care what conventional wisdom would tell you, but stump 2 is hammerable from the bottom. Now we scan Donkey Kong to get the fighter copy ability, which we immediately use to get up to the next stump. Now to make the top again, we scan a different King DDD amiibo to regain hammer, which we then use to pound the stump and the next one. It's just one more left, but I'm out of King DDD amiibos. Time to bring in Kirby. Now we scan the Kirby amiibo from the Kirby series, which grants us UFO. We then fly up right next to the last stump and scan Smash Bros. Kirby, which has an aerial hammer attack. And finally, we get the code cube with a couple of final codes. That is how we get the last code cube from this area, thus allowing us to fight the boss and move on to Area 6 with a total of 57 jumps thus far. Here, stage 1 is no issue. We've managed to get all 3 code cubes without jumping. Stage 2 has this tilt gondola section. If you watch the Triple Deluxe video, then you'll know that we can't use tilt gondolas. Luckily, avoidance of it is possible, but these orbiting electric balls sure don't make it easy. Ultimately, we walk out of Donkey Stage's 3rd code cube. Stage 3 is as such, it has a few jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Let's hope at the very least we don't add any. This level has bosses and a shoot 'em up section, neither of which have historically been a huge issue for us, and they aren't in this case either. Even entering a robot and putting the screws to Stardream doesn't cause any more jumps. So, is it possible to beat Kirby Planet Robobot without jumping? Unfortunately, no. Things like amiibos and the mechs being optional so often certainly helped, but ultimately we are still ending with a jump counter higher than 0. But is the number really what matters? Or is what truly matters the journey that brought us to that number? Struggles that ended with us overcoming obstacles that didn't initially seem surmountable. The pain of coming across a roadblock that, despite your best efforts, cannot be bested. The joy of finding tactics that are so good that they almost seem unfair. And of course, in my specific case, the journey I've been able to bring all of you on with me. In these, hopefully, entertaining videos. So yeah, we are now, at the very least, at the end of an era for Kirby No Jump videos. Over the course of the last 2 years, I've endured just about everything modern Kirby games have to throw at a player set on avoiding jumps. Tutorials, friend circles, hypernovas, robobots, and much, much more. And after all of that, I still feared the older Kirby games. I was terrified about their simpler copy abilities. Copy abilities which often only possessed a single...
People were chatting.
Could a no-jump challenge even be remotely feasible under such circumstances? Well, today, I face that fear and answer that question. Is it possible to beat Kirby Amazing without jumping?
It says Kirby. It's like, I didn't like that. It's like, after I'm trying. I don't think it's that good, but I mean, it's gotten me through a lot. Plus, I died to the boss, so someone told me to use Tattletale with another thing, so I was like, okay, I'll just do that. Maybe that'll help. Doesn't seem to. It's like, the moment I try to do a soulmate, it's like, oh, Rudy died. What? Why did Rudy die? Or sometimes my healer just doesn't heal. I don't know, is it my fault? It's probably my fault, I don't know. I really need to make my overlay so I can actually see people, like normal people don't chat. Sorry.
Our aim in this challenge is to beat Kirby and the Amazing Mirror without engaging in the following two actions: jumping or hovering. One side note is, just like in Star Allies, we've got some AI companions tagging along with us in this game. In this case, some more Kirbys, which normally just kind of wander around and do their own thing. Just like in Star Allies, we're not holding ourselves responsible and accountable for their actions. All that matters is what our main Kirby does. And for full disclosure's sake, know that I am not playing this on the original Game Boy Advanced hardware, but instead I am playing this on the Wii U Virtual Console. Which does have the side effect that I'm pretty sure we can't use multiplayer to do anything, so if that was going to be helpful, guess it's not going to be happening here. But anyways, let's get to this. Our adventure begins with some Kirbys chasing down a dark Meta Knight in the usual sort of first level jumping and basic movement tutorial. Unfortunately, as we don't have any cop abilities at this point, we don't possess any moves that we can use to gain height without jumping, or jump replacements as I like to call them around here. Because of that, we do actually end up needing to jump a fair bit to get past this section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times to be precise. That is where we encounter our first copy ability, Sword. Sword has historically been one of our go-to all-around copy abilities. That is due primarily to its main jump replacement, the upward slash, which does not exist in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Instead, we're left with the Final Cutter, a move which has Kirby slashing his sword up before crashing right back down where he started. This, I guess, technically does allow Kirby to gain some height, but given that you have no ability to move left or right while using this move, it is, for our purposes, essentially useless. Therefore, the copy ability as a whole really isn't capable of helping us at all. No matter, we have Cupid available to us instead. Unfortunately though, it doesn't really seem to have jump replacements per se. More so, it just seems to augment your already existing jump. I mean, this flying thing is activated by pressing A or up on the D-pad, same as jumping. So just to be safe and make sure we're 100% in the right here, I don't think we're actually going to be able to use this. So Sword's a dud, and Cupid is a charlatan. What now? Well, a 12th jump brings us to a Flamer, which upon swallowing grants us the copy ability Burn. This copy ability possesses exactly one move, Burn. What that move does is send Kirby rocketing forward engulfed in flame. Certainly very good for crossing large gaps. Unfortunately, high-speed horizontal movement is all it does. Until you crash into a wall, that is. Upon such an impact, Kirby is stopped dead in his tracks and knocked back and up a little. From such a position, you can trigger burning again to climb ever higher ad infinitum. So in short, it's very good at scaling straight walls specifically. Although it should be noted that overhangs can be of particular detriment to it. So we'll need to watch out for those. Luckily, no such overhangs exist in this starting area, and as such, we burn through the rest of it jumpless, no problem, and find ourselves dropped off in Central Circle, ready to properly start our adventure by boldly venturing through the, as of right now, one and only mirror in the air. That mirror brings us into Rainbow Root proper, where we are called upon to, at this point, assess how we use burning in actual real-life situations. As it turns out, throwing enemies into the mix does complicate how one must behave with burning. Yes, the copy ability does grant you invincibility while you are in the process of a burn. It does not, however, grant you that same benefit immediately thereafter. What that practically speaking means is if you misjudge a distance and end up with your burn expiring right in front of instead of right behind an enemy, you're getting hit. And when you get hit in the Amazing Mirror, you get hit in real life. Okay, obviously that's not the case. What actually happens is you lose your copy ability. Every single time. which of course is only one step removed from your cop ability falling down a bottomless pit, or otherwise becoming inaccessible to a jump replacementless curve. That sort of situation, of course, can be avoided with practice and caution. What isn't avoidable is this overhang-littered cliffside we've got to scale. Or so it would seem at first glance. In reality, though, Kirby can crash a burn straight into the edge of the screen, which, for this purpose, acts as a perfectly flat, extremely scalable wall, thus bringing us to a warp star which takes us to Moonlight Mansion. Getting through these opening rooms goes fairly smoothly using burn. Just climb the bookshelves and then destroy their residence. This batty chasm is a bit more difficult due to the lack of walls in the middle, but if you climb the first wall as high as you can then leverage that height to get across. The next couple of screens are fairly simple to just burn right through, and once you do, you're placed right at the first boss fight, King Golem. Historically, bosses have been inconsequential difficulty in Kirby No Jump challenges, and this guy being in essence the Wispy Woods stand-in is no exception, going down easily with repeated burns to the face. That victory gains us a mirror shard and brings us back to Central Circle. It is at this point that I feel it would be appropriate to acknowledge the fact that Kirby and the Amazing Mirror isn't quite your average Kirby game. It's an open-world Kirby game. That means not only do we have to contend with the second-to-second challenge of clearing individual obstacles, we also have to plan viable routes to traverse the world and get to the other 7 mirror shards. Only time will tell if this proves to be a boon or a bust to us. One thing that's certain is that it at the very least caused me to get lost and accidentally complete some optional objectives in Moonlight Mansion instead of getting to the next mirror shard. When I finally realized that Moonlight Mansion had nothing of value left for me, I decided the sensible thing to do was get from this mirror link to Area 3 by way of this long, circuitous route. Well, no time to delay. Let's get to it. The first screen presents us with ladders as its primary obstacle. Forgive me for not being terribly concerned. Although, perhaps I should be, because these ladders are as dangerous to us in this challenge as Valve ladders are to the average player. If you carelessly hold up on the D-pad while ascending these things, then you're going to end up floating when you reach the top. The bottom line is you've got to dismount with extreme caution. Luckily, that approach does work, and as such, we can move on. The next screen is no problem, and the one after that requires a bit better timing on our burns, but ultimately isn't all that bad. The screens immediately following that one are very easily climbed with burns, since they're mostly comprised of vertical walls. And then we reach this screen, in which we have to ascend through a hole in the middle of a ceiling. Now that's something burning just can't do. Okay then, let's rewind the tape. Welcome back to the screen where timing was a bit more important. As it turns out, there's a boxin, and said boxin can grant Kirby the copy ability, Fighter. Fighter has always been the other good all-around copy ability we've relied on, and today is no different. Fighter still possesses the Great Rising Break, which is a flight-capable jump replacement that offers good invincibility frames and doesn't require walls near it to be effective. The only real downside of the Rising Break would be the fact that it forces you to move horizontally a bit when using it, and that it's pretty easy to slip up and accidentally hover when trying to use it. Curse whoever it was that came up with tap up to jump as a gameplay mechanic. Oh, and the rest of Fighter's moveset is pretty decent, featuring a way to move horizontally with invincibility frames, a smaller jump replacement, and even a projectile. Anyway, back to what we're specifically facing right now. This first screen can be overcome with deliberate use of the Rising Break, then the next one makes use of the Rising Break's flight, though it should be noted that this QB does possess the power to ruin your day by sniping you out of the air. The next screen starts out a bit finicky due to the horizontal movement of the Rising Break. It is ultimately possible to thread this needle though, thus allowing us to reach the screen that stopped burning. Rising breaking through here is as simple as walking up the stairs. That brings us to this bridge screen, which is crossed with ease, and after that crossing we're presented with a switch room. These are quite useful in this game, as upon reaching one, a mirror leading to it is created in Central Circle. That'll be helpful for navigational purposes later. For now though, let's continue onwards around Rainbow Reach. And immediately get stopped by this narrow obstacle. Remember how Rise and Break causes horizontal movement? Well, this is an example of an obstacle which that property makes impassable. Luckily, that bridge screen has some flamers lurking on it, allowing us to use burning instead, which is much better suited for this screen. We've got to pump the brakes on the next screen though, because if we don't, we'll end up charging straight into the blasts of some bombs. And just overall, this screen requires a fairly precise pattern of motion to get through, with even the slightest deviation potentially leading to an unwanted collision with an enemy and a resulting careening to one's death. The next couple of screens don't pose much challenge, and the one following them theoretically isn't too difficult, although the sleeping dudes can be quite the nuisance. And that brings us to another switch room. Hooray! The next screen does feature an overhang, but strategically bouncing off some nearby barrels allows Burning Kirby to actually clear such an obstacle. Then for a couple of screens, it's all about descending ladders, a much more pleasant experience than ascending them, I might add. The next theme is long hallways, no problem for burning. We then come face to face with a block that we have to suck out from blocking our way. Luckily, we can range ourselves at a spot where we keep re-inhaling our copy ability, thus allowing us to use Kirby's suction without risking losing our copy ability. And hey, look at that. We're finally in Area 3 proper, Cabbage Cavern. The first couple of screens here in Cabbage Cavern are very water heavy, which is both a blessing and a curse. On the plus side, you don't jump in water, you swim, which means we get to experience these sections basically normally. However, that's paired with the negative that it's a lot more difficult to recover your copy ability if you get hit. Luckily, it's only a couple of screens, so it's not that hard to just not get hit. The next screen isn't difficult and just requires a bit of sliding at the end. Then the next screen is fine so long as you have a bit of patience. It's then followed by a glorified intersection. We then come across a screen which is a bit more interesting, opening with a narrow shaft you must descend at risk of being slashed. Again, patience is the key. Then we get to descend, contending with Gordos and a roly-poly before reaching another switch room. This one we're not going through though, instead we backtrack to the previous screen and take the other door. My curiosity then got the better of me in the next couple of screens, which ended up getting me soft-locked on each occasion. It's amazing how powerless burning is without flat walls leading straight to where you want to go. But hey, as long as you're not snooping around like I was, it's actually not that hard to get through those screens, and when you do, guess what? It's boss time. And let me tell you, Moly is actually quite problematic for us. The last boss we fought with burning was literally a wall we could repeatedly burn and bounce off of. Moly isn't such a boss. Instead, using burn on Moly sends us flying through him. Now, I don't blame you if that doesn't immediately ring out the warning bells. Under more ideal circumstances, this would be perfectly fine. The issue here is due primarily to the terraced terrain. What often ends up happening is we'll burn through Moly, then collide with the slope immediately behind him, causing us to ricochet back into him, take damage, and send our copy ability off to bounce around the arena. And that's just when Moly decides to pop out of the floor. When he pops out of the ceiling, he's a hassle to reach, period. The big saving grace in this fight turned out to be the flaming barrels he sometimes chucks at us. As it turns out, you can get burning by swallowing one such barrel. This takes off a lot of pressure since even if we lose our copy ability, we've got a viable out. And so, after calling in our friends, Moly is defeated, and our second Mirror Shard is recovered. Next stop, Area 5. And yes, I know, technically speaking 4 would be next if we went in the game's recommended order, but guys, it's an open world game. What point is there in playing the rare open world Kirby game if I'm going to just do everything in order? Anyway, I'd prefer to bring Fighter into this area, so let's go get that. Alright, now we take the forest-based mirror in the central circle, and from there, it's just a left and then sneaking up on and then entering this Mira-guarded mirror. That puts us right in Area 5, Carrot Castle. I found that most of Carrot Castle was, to my relief, not too interested in precise platforming challenges. Instead, it relied more so on enemy gauntlets. Now that is something the copy ability fighter should be pretty adept at handling. That's of course not to say there were no noteworthy challenges on our route through the castle, such as this annoying needle threading section on the ladder screen, ladders, just in general, These cannons that prove to be such a pain if you don't rush up to them and destroy the floors beneath them in time. These darn respawning wheels. And surprisingly enough, the area's boss. Again. Let me tell you, Mega Titan is no joke. Although I'll admit the major issue here is again the arena design, not so much the boss itself. Seriously, who had the bright idea to make the walls here have electric copper good destroying force fields? In practice, that means we can't afford to get hit on this. Luckily, I ended up finding out that the same more or less applies to Mega Titan himself, since with well-placed rising breaks, once you knock him into the wall once, you can essentially just spawn camp him for the rest of Phase 1. Then Phase 2, honestly, isn't that bad. It's pretty easy to stay safe and snipe at him with dookuts from a distance. And that, my friends, is a third mirror shard attempt. I've got my sights set on Area 8 for the next one. Getting to Area 8 is no problem, since we've already gotten to the switch room right next to it. That means practically no running back Rainbow Reef for us, before we find ourselves at Radish Ruins. The first screen is all about speed, enforced by falling floors and a Gordo. Luckily, Fighter can adapt to the circumstance, even squeezing through the shaft under the strict time limits. Screen 2 is simple, and then Screen 3 can be rushed through rather smoothly. We sneak up on a mirror, which brings us to a switch room, which is then followed by a screen that's very easily dashed through. Following that screen, though, is one filled with switches. These switches, once you hit them, open doors, but only for a short period of time, so you must rush to get through the doors before they close. This isn't the first time we've seen such switches, but they're particularly troublesome here due to the ladders they are paired with. As previously stated, we generally climb ladders slowly and with caution to avoid hovering at the top of them. That's of course a bit incompatible with a speed-based obstacle such as this. Perhaps what we really need to do here is in that previous switch room, switch out Fighter for another copy ability. Tornado. This is another one-move copy, but don't underestimate it. The tornado attack is a really good jump replacement. Sure, it's basically impossible to move straight up with it since it's always trying to move diagonally, but it's fast and makes Kirby invincible when using it. One thing about it that, depending on specific circumstances, could be seen as a great or terrible thing is the fact that the tornado attack isn't strong enough to break blocks. But what are the odds that'll come up, right? For now, it gets us through the bomb screen and the switches screen without much issue. Next up is this spiky, fiery section, which, while being a bit annoying, is generally not too dangerous to navigate. These hallways in the screen immediately following are a cinch. What does prove to be problematic, though, is the fact that the mirror leading to the next screen is locked away behind a block in the air. You know, the exact thing that Tornado is incapable of getting past. Luckily, there are some boxins on this screen, meaning that we can switch back to Fighter, which handles the floating block mirror easily. Next up is ascending this screen. The first part is easy. Right here, don't immediately rising break the Scarfy. It's a trap. Instead, rising break against the wall until you've gotten the bomber to load. After the bomber has fallen, you're free to switch directions to get around the overhang. Eventually, you get to this part with Gordos that you just need to time properly. The next screen is all about cannons, which are really annoying but can be dealt with by strategically using rising breaks, and that more or less gets you to the boss. Meta Knight. After much trial and error, I discovered that of all the moves in Fighter's arsenal, the spin kick ended up being the most useful. And yes, the implication there is that once again, this boss wasn't a pushover. I can't quite put my finger on why, but it seems to me that Kirby and the Amazing Mirror bosses are just built different. Maybe it's lack of a block and dodge? Yes. Regardless, that's our fourth mirror shard objective. We're at the halfway point now, so let's keep up the hard work and get to the other four.
Simon says, upgrade. Again.
What's new?
Who cares?
She put a white cake and a chocolate cake together? No, it's Rice Krispies. And then she cut off.
Simon says, limit your choices.
Solo tienes manzanas. You only have apples.
Yes.
No, gracias.
Simon says, a lot of things. Samsung says, do your own thing.
Area 7 can be found by simply going through a different mirror on the first screen of Carrot Castle, which we do with Tornado. That brings us to this screen, which Tornado handles fairly easily, which leads to this screen, which we literally just walk across, and there we go, we're in Peppermint Palace. We do need to exercise caution through the next couple of screens, as a tornado attack ending right on an enemy, or above spikes, water, or a bottomless pit, could instantly spell doom. Luckily, with measured tornado use, we can get past these obstacles. Unfortunately, this screen features an obstacle tornado simply can't get past. A one-wide hole in the ceiling. Yes, try as I might, I was simply unable to get this zigzagging copy ability through such a gap. Luckily, on the previous screen there was a flamer we could consume to get burning, which is a copy ability very suitable for such an obstacle. On the other side, we can switch right back to Tornado and continue through the palace. The next screen is a simple matter to conquer with Tornado, just like, and I'm so glad I can say this again, just like the boss fight, easily granting us our 5th mirror shard. The next area I'd like to visit is Area 6, so let's make that happen. It seems that the best way to get to Area 6 is through Cabbage Cavern. Although we'll want to be going through the parts of Cabbage Cavern we haven't been to yet, so we'll be using a different entrance from last time. Tornado gets through the Rainbow Root screens required to get there quite easily, but then at the entrance to Cabbage Cavern itself, we find blocks that must be broken to advance that Tornado can't break. Alright, change of plans. Let's try getting to Cabbage Cavern with burning instead. As it turns out, the very slopes and descents that made this route such a breeze for Tornado make it extremely annoying to navigate with burning. It's not impossible though. Slides help considerably, and eventually we do get burning Kirby to the place that stopped Tornado. Kirby burns right through these hard blocks, and once again we're charting new ground. Or perhaps I should say water, as the next few screens are almost entirely underwater. As such, we don't really need to worry about jumping here, but nearly every hit is a death sentence, so there's that. Once you learn how to manage the fish, you can make it through and find yourself in a switch room. The next couple of screens are, for lack of a better term, coastal screens. They can be quite dangerous if you're reckless. Just don't spam the burn. Activate it with purpose and intention and you'll be fine. This screen following the aforementioned ones can be conquered by taking the high road. That brings us into a submerged state, which is again all about spitting on fish and not taking damage. Then this waterfall screen presents us with yet another problem: cannons. But even worse than that is the specter of level geometry. This corridor, try as we might, is totally impassable to a burning Kirby. I guess the next logical thing to do is give Fighter a try. The Rainbow Root leg of the journey proves a relatively simple affair. When we get Fighter to where Tornado failed, we can't break the blocks Burning did, but instead pass through the ones we can break above. Swimming through Cabbage Cavern is about the same for Fighter as it was for Burning. Then on the coastal screens I make a slower paced, more combat-oriented advance through them, before making my way to the screen where we previously took the high road. That strategy ended up working out basically the same for Fighter as it did for Burning. We get past the waterfall cannons, and here we are, the spot where Burning failed. Now Fighter is generally quite annoying when it comes to squeezing through small gaps in ceilings, but it can do it, even if that means taking a bit of damage in the process. With that obstacle cleared, it's back into the depths. That means more fish to combat and perfect swimming to execute. We then use the full extent of our moveset to deal with these cannons before calling in some help to deal with a switch on this screen. Then it's even more swimming to finally get to the area's boss. It's an underwater fight, and honestly, not too bad. That is Mirror Shard number 6. Just 2 more. Let's see what we can do about Area 4. Getting to Area 4 is a pretty simple task. We just go to this screen, which we've already been to with Fighter. That brings us to Mustard Mountain, and this bottomless pit heavy screen, which a dance of rising breaks gets us across. The next screen is one we must ascend. Rising breaks are of course pretty good for ascending. We do need to be even more cautious on this screen than prior ones though, as enemies just love flying from out of nowhere to hit us and ruin our day. Presuming we survive and endure the flyby shootings, we are then met by this screen. which stops us dead in our tracks with an exact replica of an obstacle that proved too much for Freddy in the past. Back then, we subverted the obstacle in question with burning. However, that isn't an option here, in light of the fact that the previous screen was absolutely filled with overhangs. And before you get any ideas, no, tornado wouldn't help here either, since we know for a fact from our experience back in Peppermint Palace that tornado can't handle these sorts of obstacles either. Well, it seems we've got no choice but to rewind back and fight a mini-boss instead. Why, you ask? Well, Bomber here just so happens to be able to give us another copy ability that may prove useful to us in this endeavor. Missile. All this copy ability can offer us in terms of jump replacements is the move Missile Transform, which transforms Kirby into a missile. This move is interesting since the missile can just keep flying until it hits a wall or enemy. It can even be steered in any direction mid-flight, though I will admit the steering is a bit cumbersome. Another downside of Missile is the fact that for a comp ability premised entirely on the concept of turning yourself into a missile and crashing into enemies, it's got awful invincibility frames. Nevertheless, Missile does provide us another very unique way of traversing Mirror World without jumping. Let us hope that method proves useful in this specific case. Getting the missile to the screen we need it on goes fairly well. As it turns out, missiles are pretty good at soaring through the air and flying upwards. On the screen itself, breaking these blocks has to be done carefully to avoid falling into a bottomless pit. Then the obstacle we're headed to defeat, I wouldn't call easy to get past with Missile, but after spamming it a bunch, we do end up essentially brute forcing our way through. The rest of the screen is filled with even more narrow, bendy corridors, which end up being navigated through in basically the same manner. After we do that, we get to a switch room, which we use to duck out of Mustard Mountain and quickly grab a tornado from Rainbow Roots to continue our journey, which for the most part goes quite well. I did accidentally lose it in lava, but was luckily able to devour a nearby flamer when that happened to get burning instead. The mini-boss took a while to beat with burning, but wasn't hard per se. Krako was definitely a bit more difficult, but was ultimately a challenge burning could rise to, granting us our 7th mirror shard. Just one more left to obtain, and it is an Area 9. We start the process of getting that last shard by bringing Missile to Moonlight Mansion, so that we can break these hard blocks way up here, which Missile is very capable of. Then we ascend this screen and crisscross across this screen before using Missile's unique skills to clear this switch puzzle, and then blindly launch up through this Gordo-filled shaft. We blast our way up to this mirror, then make our way through these rooms. Oh, and by the way, this screen that we just did is probably the one of all of these ones we just talked about that I would consider easy. Each of the rest was a puzzle trying to figure out how to specifically get Missile through them, followed by much struggle to actually execute that task. Anyway, this warp star brings us to Area 9 proper, Candy Constellation. The first half of Candy Constellation is kind of confusing and maze-like, but if you know what you're trying to achieve, it's actually not that hard. The paradigm is then turned on its head after reaching the switch room. This resulted in one of the longest continuous stretches of particularly high difficulty that I've come across in any of these challenges. Now, there is of course a chance that maybe I was just using a bad comp ability to get through this area, and had I switched to a different one, it would have actually been quite easy. However, when you're on hour 8 of your attempts and you're 90% of the way there, you really don't want to switch to a different comp ability and have to relearn a completely different muscle memory just to get back to where you were already getting. So I guess that's to say, I pretty much committed myself to using Missile for this, and didn't really come across any amazing tactics to beat the section, any like tricks or anything, other than just practice and get good. After all that, at the very least, Master and Crazy Hand were pretty easy bosses. That means we now have our 8th and final mirror shard. It is now time to grab the fighter copy ability and face this game's final boss. We start off with a Dark Meta Knight boss fight, which is certainly more difficult than the regular Meta Knight boss fight from earlier, but is still beatable with heavy use of the spin kick. After beating Dark Meta Knight, we're taken to this screen with just our Kirby and a sword. It seems like we'll need to grab the sword to advance to the next phase. Well, it's just a boss fight. Jump replacements aren't usually very important in boss fights anyway, so I think we'll be fine. We take up the... Wait, Master Sword? Really? Okay, whatever. The point is, we wield the sword, and with it, strike down Darkmind, thus bringing us onto another screen. Okay, well, it seems this screen has a puzzle and ladder that we can't get past without jumping. Seriously? After all that, the game forces a power-up on us without a viable jump replacement, and then has the gall to throw platforming sections in the middle of a boss fight. Or so I thought at the time. I later discovered that you can drop your copy ability before picking up the Master Sword, then drop the Master Sword and pick up your initial copy ability again. Using such a method, we can fight with Fighter, then bring it to the puzzle screen. Then we fight again, making the fight simple by rising breaking the eye when exposed, and then another puzzle screen. Another fight won, another puzzle conquered, followed by yet another fight, and then a fight against just the eye. For this confrontation, I did actually decide to wield the Master Sword. It's not easy, but it's possible. And upon victory, gives way to a shoot-'em-up finale. It's literally impossible to jump here, so the boss is finally vanquished, and we now have an answer to the question asked in the beginning of this video. Is it possible to beat Kirby and the Amazing Mirror without jumping? Well, no. I know it's been a while since it happened, but we did have 12 jumps in that tutorial section. But hey, there wasn't a single one after that, which, while not a total victory, I can still be quite happy about. And so yeah, that's Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, attempted without jumping. And honestly, it was not nearly as scary as I thought it would be. I was worried that jump replacements would be a rarity, and few and far between in this older Kirby game, but there was enough to more or less get us through. So I guess that really opens the floodgates. Pre-Return to Dreamland Kirby games are now officially on the table for no jump videos. If there's one in particular you'd like me to try, go ahead and leave a comment suggesting it. Or even on Kirby challenges, I'm open to them too. And of course, if you liked this video and haven't already, be sure to like it, subscribe, and ring the bell. Until next time though, I've been SimiCraft, off to roll the dice on another video for the YouTube algorithm. Goodbye. Well, well, well. I thought I might never live to see this day, but it finally happened. Kirby has gone full 3D, and it is glorious. Perhaps my new favorite Kirby game, in fact. That or The Amazing Mirror. I'll need some time to simmer on it and make up my mind properly. But anyways, point being, the game is great. Now, if you are unfamiliar with my channel, then you should know that I have attempted to beat loads of Kirby games without jumping.
Need to go.
To various degrees of success, and I can't wait to see how such a challenge plays out in a 3D space. So let's not wait. Is it possible to beat Kirby and the Forgotten Land without jumping?
Okay, I am back.
Okay, now before we start exploring this new world, we need to establish what exactly we mean by not jumping. I'm defining specifically and exactly the moves jump and hover as the moves we're borrowing for this challenge. Anyway, outside of jumping and hovering, we can use any mechanics present in the game to hopefully make our way all the way through the game to the final boss and see the credits roll. Now let's get started. Our favorite pink puffball awakens on a mysterious beach, and we get to, for the first time, experience Kirby gameplay in 3D. Moving's all good, we can still inhale, blocking and dodging is present, and swimming seems pretty straightforward. Okay, let's venture into that jungle. Here we encounter the game's jumping tutorial. Now typically, encountering a jumping tutorial without a copy ability is game over for one of these challenges. Well, that's because typically the moves we rely on in the stead of jumping, or jump replacements as I like to call them, are derived from copy abilities. So I guess this is jump number 1 then. But not so fast. This is 3D Kirby, need I remind you, and Kirby's dodge has been greatly upgraded for the 3rd dimension. See, when you dodge now, you actually gain a little height with this little hop here, which acts as a small jump replacement. I highly doubt its meager height alone will be able to get us through the rest of the game, but for this obstacle specifically, it works just fine. Next, the game gives us a bit of a taste of combat just before the hovering tutorial. But fear not, before that hovering tutorial, the game kindly gives us access to a copy ability. Sword. Sword has historically been a great copy ability for these no-jump challenges, thanks to its upward slash. Luckily for us, that move has survived the transition to 3D, though it does need to specifically be done out of a drill stab, which is fine. That isn't really a difficult combination of moves to pull off, so we can still use it quite easily. It seems to get about as much height as a normal jump, which should be sufficient for most obstacles, though it's not great at clearing particularly wide gaps. Additionally, there's no way to fly with it in this game. The only follow-up you can get out of it is a slam straight into the ground. But is it enough to get past the hovering tutorial concept? Seemingly not. The upward slash's height is a bit more than a Kirby short of what it would need to be to reach the roof we're aiming for. I looked around to see if maybe we could use a short platform somewhere as a stepping stone to the roof, but they were all too far away to be of use. Part of the issue is that the drill stab always stops at the edge of the platform you're standing on, which is great if you're trying to not fall off a ledge, but not so great if you're trying to maximize the horizontal movement of your jump replacements. That's what normally happens anyway. But this barrel is a bit different. This part right next to the wall, and the roof always starts to drill. We dodge our way through the next area before blowing up some beasts and meeting with HELPPPPPP and Bendeno Waterway. That marks the end of the tutorial area. So yes, we have played the entire tutorial without jumping this time. I'm liking our odds already. Alright, let's get into the first real level. Downtown Grassland. Here we try out Cutter, which proves disappointing in the jump placement department. I mean, I guess technically the final Cutter might be able to be used on occasion, but let's be honest, it's not going to. We come across a vending machine briefly, but honestly not much comes of it. We then come across a ledge too high for us to dodge. It's at times like these that you really wish you hadn't abandoned Sword. But actually, as it turns out, if you get the right angle right near the edge of the world, you can make it up. Now it's estimates. After some nice flatness, we encounter another mouthful power, the Code. Now the Code...
Whoever made those
I like.
really good. Really good.
Code has one jump much you can ask for. We then have a boss fight against Slime, which goes quite well, and even lets us get our sword. Then, utility, and honestly very little in the way of general utility. As well as Ranger, which can shoot, but not provide a jump replacement. That's not to say we can't use it. Remember, basically all kinds of things have access to dodge. And if you need to reach some item very high up, there's always the option of summoning in Bandana Wild D with multiplayer to grab it. Anyway, Ranger proves sufficient to get us to this car section, which mercifully requires 0 jumps. And we even drove without falling off the edge. Which, as it turns out, gave us a free waddle jump. Sweet! I suppose now would be as good a time as any to bring up the capture challenges. If you effectively this game standard for sunstones or prisms, you need a certain amount It's never mandatory to beat any specific treasure road, and we're definitely not aiming to fully upgrade every copy. So there's really not that much pressure associated. I'll just kind of be doing them as we go along, and if any of them turn out particularly interesting, I'll bring them. But really, we're going to be focusing mostly on the main titles for this video. You can tell because of the fact I ran around using needles in the first half of this. We then switched to a more hammers work the same way for the water surface as they do from land. As such, make sure to bring sword movers into this water. Sleep and are super surprised to find out that you have no jump placement while you're unconscious. You could have predicted that. Hammer also is very jumpy placement. Honestly, sword does a pretty good job getting us through this first level. At the end of the level, we are presented with this ring, which we mostly just ignore with that consequence. Before taking on the next level, we bring hammer through this grueling room. Yeah, you'd better hope your dodge is on point for this one. Anyway, now for the top 3 items. Sword serves us very well. If you direct your tornado off a ledge, it more or less maintains the same height as it had at the beginning of the move. This means that if you ever find yourself needing to cross a large gap where the side you're trying to get to is of equal or lower height compared to the side you're coming from, in that instance, the tornado can shout. So this level uses it to cross some spikes before it moves to switching it out for sword, and then the arc segments. And just so you know, the arc segments we can play entirely. Fast flow waterworks is a pretty annoying, mostly because of the fact there is a bunch of water, which means we have to keep sword basically the limit. You pair that with the fact that the flow nature can make it difficult to sword, but certainly does have its use cases, like boss fights. Invasion at the House of Horrors is next, and features this light set, which is a leading to us wandering around bottoms of areas. Now you find this ring down here, and while you can manage to get it up the first stair without jumping, getting it up the second stair, in my experience, is impossible, just due to the height difference. Try as you might, the second stair is simply too high for you to be able to suck up something from down below to get up there. So unfortunately, that seems to be one jump required to get there. Or is it? Look guys, honestly I have no idea how I managed to get this to happen, but as I continue to throw myself against the wall, trying to get out of this thing without jumping, somehow, during one of my times I spit out the ring, it actually got caught on the edge above me outside of the pit. Again, I don't know exactly what precise geometry caused that to occur, but it did, and that let us progress through the level without resistance. Unfortunately, the boat section that we can see after does require one thing to in which case you make it to the cliff but without the height necessary to make it up, or you perform your drill step so that it stays on the rock, granting you sufficient height, but stranding you too far away to actually make it to the cliff. Unfortunately, there is no way to get the best of both worlds. But what can be done? This is the best jump placement we have. Well, yes, that's true. But that doesn't mean we can't modify it. Like by patronizing this model D1000 to make it faster. What, you don't get how upping our speed is supposed to help us here? It's quite simple. We need this move to travel a further distance. And the distance that it travels is a simple function of the speed at which it's moving multiplied by the duration of time it moves after. If we assume that this speed does not increase gravity's effect on it, then we can infer that the duration of time Kirby has to make it to the cliff will be the same. This will work. Subvert the boat section and come out of here 0 jumps. Burning churning power plant is next on the chopping block. It's quite fast-paced fun and requires a bit of outside-the-box thinking to get by surf limits conveyed. But ultimately, it's of no real threat to our life. Gathering of the Beast Council is a boss rush, and therefore easy, right? Wrong. Yes, the boss fights are a little more than a formality, but the in-between sections are where they get you. Take, for example, this card section, which would have required to jump if not for the car's propensity to teleportation. Or these cliffs, which are just too high to scale with upward sections. The first of these can be achieved with by applying some speed and activating your upward side from this nearby rock, similar to what you did in New York Canyon. Though it's a lot harder to get on this rock than left right. Unfortunately, there are no helpful rocks you can stand on to hit us in a second. I know those rocks out there might look promising, but they're firmly invisibly walled off. And Joel, you can start on this friend circle and the pipe map section, which is, for the first time in the whole game, mandatory and requires 1, 2, 3 jumps to get there, bringing our total to 5. And for the Beast Pack's final stand, we start this level off with a fairly standard sword, but soon find that this room is not just on account of this platform being too high to slash on. Luckily, these nearby canisters give us these steps to get up and up. This landing section is quite fun, and then this road section is quite rough. Luckily, we don't have to exploit some of those after very much. Unluckily, this room doesn't In my experience, it requires at least 6 jumps to beat 340. But hey, it wasn't too bad of a result. I'll be honest, going into this, I expected much worse. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, welcome back. We last left off having attempted to beat Kirby in the Forgotten Land without jumping. If you want more details about that, then please watch the previous video, which should be linked in a card right now. For today, we're tackling the postcard. So, without further ado, is it possible to beat Kirby in the Forgotten Lands 4-Go Dreams without jumping? You saw last time, right? So you know the rules. You can't jump, or now start to get into the rules. The first level is 4-Go Dreams, which sets up our expectations going forward pretty nicely. The levels you'll be facing consist of remixes of parts of what is in the game. They are, of course, games with respective objectives, but are geographically for the most common sense. It's also world that each level is not unique, but not our soul. To be frank, if you want to know, we need 6 levels, we have 2 temporarily switching out from swords. The barrel that used here previously has been replaced access to the door. Unfortunately, Green Realm, it's stuck in the down position. It's too high to surmount with upward slashes, but if you upward slash from here, then your upper calibers can just barely get in place, thus allowing us to continue through the level without having to resort to jumping. This soul piece near the boulders is easy to get so long as you use multiplayer, which will likely become a trend, like with this one. A major section of this level that was entirely new to me was this cone section, which was a bit more difficult than it otherwise would have been for us, since some of the platforms would have been broken had we used our jumping placement to land. Luckily, you can navigate around pretty simply. And the level ends with a Phantom Gourmand, which no ranges is. So, considering our first level, we have 0 jumps and 42 pieces of Leon Soul collected. The next one. The opening series includes many soul frames that are critical to the gameplay. This one, however, you can't quite reach with Cornell's heights. But that really isn't much of an issue because you can solve that problem with a sword, mini boss battle, which then allows you to get the height required to get the soul frames. In the next As a work device, don't be ultimately, we part 4 Hitting this bomb block reveals some square stone platforms used to scales. Unfortunately for us, those platforms are hard surfaces that drill can't excavate into. Well, back to the drawing. Sword is not available in this level, so we have to bring it from outside and keep it the whole way through. It's not quite as immediately convenient as just using drill, but is more than capable of getting through the level, up until the cliffs, and even grabbing all the soul fragments we were able to get the first time. Even if some of them, like this one, require dragging another copper building across a whole deserts. Still possible, huh? Now as for the cliffs, Sword is able to stepping stone up those stone blocks, no problem. And in fact, just sails through this section until these ladders. Remember, the upward slash can only be done from the ground, so when transitioning between these ladders, you have no access to the upward. And just launching yourself off the side of the ladder without a jump is a recipe for non-performance. Quite simply, Sword is obstacle. But what else can you do? Sword is the core. It is swap out with neat. But we're not out of the woods just yet. We need to see if Dragonfire is capable of getting us through the remainder of the level as well. We do end up encountering some more very annoyingly placed ladders, but the tactics we've been using thus far with Dragonfire prove sufficient to overcome them. Then we come upon this dark area, which honestly is practically built for this. And ultimately, Phantom's silly demo earns easily. We leave the Wasteland having added 0 jumps to our total, and having obtained 44 more soul fragments. That puts us at 210 soul fragments going into 4 rounds. We'll need to pick up 40 more. We start going by leveraging Tornado's traversal abilities to go through the level, as well as grab a bunch of soul fragments, which would have otherwise been quite the challenge to obtain. Then, when given the opportunity, we switch to Dragonfire, which ends up facing this annoying ladder, which we had to get by with Dragonfire back in the main campaign. Luckily, it's still just as possible. It's also great for this conveyor area, especially when paired with Bandana Waddle-Dee, dealing with collecting things that are easier gotten with more fine control over your jumping aspects. And finally, we do loads of combat in flat arenas, sometimes using mouse abilities, and occasionally riding in roller coasters. We end up collecting 44 soul fragments for this level, and all without jumping. And finally, Forgo Land is a level comprised of just 3 boss fights, which Noble Ranger Kirby annihilates without even the temptation to jump. So, is it possible to beat Kirby and the Forgotten Lands Forgo Dreams without jumping? Technically, no. We did have that one disembark from the which I do qualify as a jump, though your mileage may vary. But anyway, guys, that's another challenge finished. If you enjoyed, please do check out one of my other numerous Kirby No Jump challenges on this channel, and of course, subscribe and ring the bell so you can be the first to see the challenge I attempt to finish. But anyways, guys, until next time, I have been Supergraph, hoping to be effective and efficient as I attempt to bring you yet another challenge. Goodbye. Is it possible to beat Kirby's Squeak Squad without jumping? Our rules today are as straightforward as we are looking to reach the end of Kirby's Squeak Squad without jumping or hiding. To avoid utilizing those moves, we will be using the attacks of our Kirby wings as jump replacements. Before we can do that, though, we of course need to acquire them. So let's see how that goes. Prison Flames 1 nearly immediately throws this little pill around. Unfortunately, in this video, we don't have any multiplayer or dodges to get us out of something. That leaves us with no choice here but to jump. Same applies with getting over this square. There is more to this game. That means slide into it to get a bit of height you need to your footsteps. relatively easy window to fix, and if you do, then you just breathe some fire pathetically as you fall back that gaps. The only issue is that this one is ever so slightly too wide to get across in a single burn. And while you can activate another burn in midair after the previous one is run out, that requires a bit of time we don't have, lest we dive into the water below. Or so it would seem. But actually, with perfect time, we can activate a burn just before we touch the water surface. We then activate another burn after we crash into the opposite bank, thus getting us across. So, in the struggle of fire versus water, this time, fight the bank. Take that! And finally, the stage ends with another perfect scale, which is perfectly flat and therefore the perfect one to fight. And thus ends stage 2. Hopefully, things get a bit simpler from here on out. Stage 2 introduces us to this game's bubble mechanic, which allows you to make food and copper rolls with you for later use, when you find them inside of these bubbles. You can carry up to 5 new and either waste them for new random abilities or better food. Definitely the sort of thing that's going to be very useful. And the rest of stage 2 presents us with the same sorts of obstacles stage 1 did, all of which fire. But then stage 3 presents us with fire's kryptonite. Overpass. Yep, there's no way as far as I can tell to get the whole way up and out of this shaft using fire. And unfortunately, fire is jump but remember, we do have so let's try it out and see what it is. Tornado! These lava falls in level 5 stage 4 were a bit of a hassle. You're quite blessed tornadoes, so you actually can't just bounce off of them. What you do need to be cautious of is if your tornado runs out while you are colliding with one of them, then you do get hit and most likely lose your copper. You just need to be a bit cautious and stay near the middle when you feel your tornado is about to run out. The level 5 boss is the most difficult one thus far. It was a bit of a chip job as I was only able to get about 1 or 2 hits in with each tornado due to the boss's inconvenient positioning and frequent rushing. Certainly not. classified as red. It does also place you in a platform area with the probability triple star approach, which doesn't possess any jumping adjustments. Luckily, we can still use bubbles here to switch back to our oh so precious tornado, which clears the platform. And then finally, the fight with Dark Nebula is so, is it possible to beat Kirby's Squeak Squad without the latest or happenstance, if we can win an online game of Kirby's Dream Buffet without breaking these rules, then we can consider this challenge to have been a success. The overall goal of a game of Kirby's Dream Buffet is to acquire the most strawberries. These strawberries can be gained or lost through the course of 4 rounds of play. The first round is always a race, the second is always a minigame, the third is yet another race, and the fourth is a battle royale, wherein the Kirbys engage in combat with one another to steal each other's strawberries. We'll be looking at each type of round individually, starting with round 2, the minigame round. There are 4 types of minigames in Kirby's Dream Buffet: collecting strawberries, breaking crumble blocks, defeating enemies, and having tea. Most of these minigames are about equivalent in difficulty for our no-jump challenge. Ultimately, there's just not much meaningful difference between hunting strawberries, crumble blocks, and enemies in the context of this challenge. Really, the arena a given minigame takes place in has a much greater impact on a performance than the type of minigame itself. In particular, we don't like seeing any arenas with obstacles that jumping is helpful in dealing with, like this waffle one, or to a lesser extent this soup. That being said, there is one type of minigame that is far more negative. Obviously, it's not exactly a realistic expectation that we'll be able to consistently hang out on the saucers that are destined to have cups placed on them, and thereby get any meaningful quantity of strawberries in the minigame. So of all the types of minigames we can face, this one is still clearly the worst. That being said, it is debatable as to whether or not doing well in the minigame round actually matters. Like, at all. I mean, it's such a low-scoring round that I have a hard time getting too worked up over a poor performance in it. I mean, gaining 20 or 30 strawberries would be a pretty good deal. And surrounding many strawberries is a good from just one kill in the battle royale. I mean, obviously more strawberries is always better. And I'm certainly not proud of it. But ultimately, it's all we're going to absorb. The grand scheme of things, it's really awesome to be races. Level varies greatly by course. So let's get into it. Bone Kitchen is at about the midpoint in terms of difficulty. There are a few narrow sections which you can certainly get knocked off of, but such sections don't define Bone Kitchen. Most pathways here are not unreasonably narrow. Additionally, most of the obstacles present aren't made much more difficult to contend with by removing your ability to jump, including the cool, peaceful tunnel at the end. Pancakes I'd rank as a decent bit easier than Bomb Kitchen. The pathways here are generally even easier to navigate safely than in Bomb Kitchen, with the curved waffle beds going so wide to be kind of self-correcting. The rotating pancake walls are a bit annoying since one of the easiest way to get by them is by jumping between them, but we're talking about an obstacle that when everything goes wrong, you get delayed for a couple seconds, not one where failure means the end of the attempt. Hamburgers, on the other hand, has loads of potentially run-and-gun obstacles. Narrow panhandles, spinning burger components. Okay, that about covers it. But trust me, those two obstacles are mighty annoying to deal with on this course. Ice cream is a slightly more pleasant experience than hamburgers. Most of it is pretty wide, but the ice cream is good. Additionally, the narrow burgers are so much more tested than on almost any other course. Well, nominally safer than its more precarious obstacles, are nowhere near as safe as the safest parts of other courses. Sure, you probably won't fall off of your own accord, but you can certainly be knocked off by someone else. But even worse than that is donuts. I mean, what can I say? The donuts themselves are nightmares. They're circular, uneven, relatively narrow, and just in general the perfect place to get knocked off. Then there's the churros, which can be quite easy to derail yourself from if you're trying to traverse them with great speed. But hey, good thing we're not racing or anything. Oh. But you also have to look out for churros as obstructions, because this part here, while not deadly, slows us down relative to our opponents more than just about any other obstacle we've encountered, since our opponents can just jump over the churros. But there's still one more obstacle we haven't discussed yet, and that's the moving cinnamon sticks on these donuts near the end. The donuts themselves aren't too bad since they're hard to ride, but these cinnamon sticks, they're just a pain to get around the crowd. Often they're just using grass. So, that was the races. There's a whole new episode of confusing obstacles here. But honestly, Kirby's at times make this experience feel like pinball. Pinball, which often means the ball being lost to other opponents. But it doesn't. Our scores are generally in the not stay away from the edge. Just to be on got through the Battle Royale and in the lead. Now let's see if it helps. The bonus strawberries on offer this round are most raspberry and sponge, not bad. Most cookie balls crumbled, nice. And most copy food abilities used, again, not bad. But still, you win, which means that it is possible to win Kirby's Dream Buffet without jumping. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. The release of Kirby Return to Dreamland has been quite exciting. Already we've got Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe without jumping. Therefore, we can say because even one hit on Kirby. And even if he do get Kirby for possibility of attack, getting past these totem practice is a very perceptive. This stage 4 is relatively easy. Aside from this one section where you gotta bring in the third goes to throw. Which gets you through just and then throws the hardest boss fight in the whole game. The major issue here is, of course, the platform. The boss fight thus far has been to destroy what Kirby has. Of course, in this case, Kirby will die. So this time, we actually have to try to avoid the damage in the boss fight. Extreme conservatism when I was fighting. Now, to get through with Kirby. Like I said, the hardest boss fight in the I'd also very much appreciate if you like this video out and perhaps even a comment as well. Ah, Kirby. Perhaps the most adorable icon of gluttony in all of modern-day pop culture. This is a character whose races are described as gourmet. Wow, it's really been over half a year since our last guest star video? Guess so. Well, after such a long wait, better make this one a real crowd pleaser, eh? So without further ado, it is now time for a very heavily requested installment of the Kirby New Jumping Challenges. Is it possible to beat Kirby Star Allies guest star Marks without jumping? Just so we're all on the same page, the rules for this no jump challenge are as follows. We essentially aren't allowed to use the move jump slash, and will instead be relying on other moves for moves. Look, as jumping moves. There are certain red transformations that force you to jump, and while we will jump as few times as possible during these sections, they're not our primary goals. In my opinion, we can cultivate success if we are able to perform some of the regular moves. Oh, we don't care what our AI does. What we are concerned with today is let's see what we can do. Marks is one particularly good article. Marks gives both weapons a shadow uppercut. There's this one tiny problem. You have to try to be careful afterwards. That means if there's not a conveniently placed drop-off that we can get to just by walking, we're out of luck. Or are we? Because here's the thing, Marks also has access to the Jester Ball, which gives him a ball as a mount. And if there's one thing we learned from the Susie guest star run, it's that oftentimes mounting and dismounting is something that can give surprising utility. That is indeed the case here. If you time bomb Jester Ball, then Marks will enter a state where he is in midair and can perform other moves, such as the Marks Flip Ultimate. Okay, that's an on-demand jump placement. It still has one pretty major flaw, which is that Marks has to go down and make contact with the floor before bursting back up. So it can't achieve infinite flight and really doesn't work at all when used on bottomless pits. Let's just hope that doesn't come. The first few screens provide us some short steps, a flying tutorial, and a narrow bottomless pit, none of which are that difficult at best using the Marks Flip Ultimate and Shadow Uppercuts. The next portion is a bit of a puzzle section having to do with kicking balls at correct angles, and therefore poses no threat to our no jumping challenge. Following that very useful going forward. These water balls then, they do crush us, but it's just a bit of health loss, not really that big of a deal. The King DDD fight is as simple as ever, and followed up by a friend circle section requiring 3 friend train / circle jumps. In the next few areas, just floating around on our Bluster Ball becomes by far the preferred method of transportation. It's easy and relatively painless. Sure, it's not the fastest thing in the world, but if there's one thing you need to know about humans, it's that we're willing to sacrifice nearly anything for even just this slight bit of more convenience, which this easy jump replacement certainly qualifies as. We also find that Marx is pretty good at these sections where you need to defeat all the enemies on the screen due to his decent ranged attacks courtesy of his balls. And speaking of enemies, we are able to casually float up to Meta Knight and knock him out easily. The door to get out of this next section looked a bit tricky to get into, but as it turns out, all you need to do is stand on this little platform while riding your ball. If you do that, you're just exact correct type, so it's no big deal. This windy section seems a bit concerning since you can't actually spawn a ball while in the updraft. Luckily, the Mark's Flip Ultima and Shadow Uppercut work just fine and get us out of this sticky situation. These platforms are a joke, as well as the next boss fight. Similar story for Francisca and Songbird. That's then followed by a 14 jump frame train section, and then a conclusion that might as well exist, given our ball and a fight with Zan Partizan that goes by. The opening of level 4 really reminds us just how easy Kirby is extremely easy access to as well. The tree bosses are pretty easy, water is different, but not bad. These guys' rematch is actually quite good. while less ideal, is certainly not impossible. That's followed by a friend train section with 16 friend train / friend circle jumps. This screen, which I believe is a Marx exclusive, would be a total nightmare without improved flags. Luckily, we have it, so it's actually a pretty relaxing affair. The screen afterwards certainly had some challenge to it. If you voluntarily took it on by taking a low ground, that is, I took a higher dose, so not much to report. And that was actually the last obstacle between us and the final bosses, which in the grand Kirby No Jump tradition do not pose any threats to a run, meaning that it is possible to beat Kirby Star Allies, yes, Star Marks, without any regular jumps. There were, however, 33 friend circle / friend train jumps, so do with that as you will. I, for one, am willing to count this as a victory. But anyway, if you want to check out some of my other challenge videos, please do so. In particular, if you want to see one where boss fights were actually challenged, then you should definitely watch the one that preceded this one, Super Mario Galaxy 2, while coming from crafting. And of course, if you like this video, please manifest those thoughts by clicking that little thumbs up button down there. And subscribe if you haven't already to be notified as to the
Hello everyone, today
remember the Kirby Planet Robobots No Jumping Challenge, and how annoying those Robobot sections were? Well, I've got an idea. How about we take that nonsense into Star Allies, by attempting a guest star no jump challenge where one of the character's main moves is getting into a mech. Well, that's right, it's time to answer the long-awaited question, is it possible to beat Kirby's star ally's guest star Susie without jumping? As for rules, I mean, come on guys, it's another guest star no jump challenge. It's the same rules as last time, no jumping / hovering, and these rules apply only to ourselves, not our AI companions. Alright, with that cleared up, let's look into this first section of the playthrough, which is a very nice homage to the opening level of Kirby Planet Robobot. That of course means it starts with a very simple descent, but that of course can't last forever, and before we know it, we stand before the first obstacle we must find a way to get over. Well, with adversity deciding to strike now, I don't think we have much choice other than to take a gander at what moveset Susie offers us. The only obvious jump replacement Susie has is the charge. As one might expect, this move charges Susie forward quite quickly. It also can yield her a slight bit of gain of altitude. As such, it serves as an effective method for crossing small to medium gaps. It unfortunately doesn't present us with much verticality, however, and actually as far as I can tell, none of Susie's standard moves are able to get us the height we'll be needing for this challenge. As it turns out, seeking higher elevation is serious business. Meaning, we need to use Susie's business suit to make that happen. Although even the business suit doesn't seem to have an obvious answer to the height question. That's because the move we're interested in isn't one you were probably expecting. The move in question is the dismount from it. You see, if you press a trigger while in the business suit, Susie gets out of it immediately and the suit itself just kind of disappears. Susie herself, though, remains at the level of the cockpit, and even actually gets a little height boost when dismounting as well. And with that, we do technically have a vertically focused jump replacement. I'll admit, it's far from the best one we've had, but it does clear this first obstacle, which is good enough for me for now. We continue through the level utilizing both of those jump replacements when applicable until we come to this wall, which neither of them has the height to get us up. At least not individually. What we can do, though, is dismount onto this nearby platform, then charge from there to our true destination. Next up, we face a giant Waddle Dee ball, which puts the next obstacles under a time limit. That's particularly problematic for Susie, since none of her jump replacements are particularly swift. Nevertheless, she is fast enough to just barely keep ahead of the ball and move on. The same, unfortunately, cannot be said about her friends, though. Oh well. The past is in the past. What matters now is clearing this next obstacle, which is this here cliff, which is slightly too high to get over with a mere dismount, and this time there's no second slightly lower platform to bail us out. It's just Susie, this Wester, and the cliff. Well, it's a good thing Susie can fly then, right? Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, apparently Susie does actually have access to infinite flights. The reason being, there's apparently nothing stopping you from entering a new business suit right after dismounting from your previous one. This allows you to just keep on gaining height so long as you don't mess up any of the button presses. But hey, that's just what I call video games. In any case, this tactic makes that obstacle and the next few absolutely trivial. All goes quite well until our meeting with a very important enemy, a broom hatter. This custodian is especially relevant to us for one reason. It holds within it the elemental powers of air, thus allowing us to access the improved moveset of Bluster Susie. The most impactful change here over the default moveset belongs to the business suit's move, Spin Cycle, turning what was once a completely grounded move into our own personal helicopter. Needless to say, things should get a bit easier from here on out. And the game is certainly not hesitant to give us a demonstration of just how good we have it now in the form of this shaft. Without Bluster, I do think we could probably manage to get up via major use of the dismounting method, but that would likely be a tedious and extremely precise task. Whereas, with the new and improved spin cycle, it's unbelievably easy. Man, taken out of context, it kind of sounds like I'm just trying to sell you all on a washing machine, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not, of course. That's not to say I'm against washing machines or anything, though. I mean, seriously, guys, do wash your clothes for your own sake and the sake of those around you. Okay, with the PSA out of the way, back to Kirby. That ease mentioned earlier carries all the way to and through the Wispy Woods, King DDD, and Meta Knight fights. We then carry ourselves through much of the Gem Bastion without much incident, thanks mainly to, again, the
I'm gonna
Spin
try
Cycle Bluster Edition. We do hit a bit of a speed bump though in the form of the soft section. I imagine the typical idea here would be that the player would take on some H2O elemental powers to short-circuit the blades, thus clearing a path before traversing through towards their true destination. Of course, that methodology isn't as easily available to us, since Splash Susie isn't nearly as capable of the platforming feats we require in this section as Bluster Susie is. Ultimately, the solution here ended up being to make peace with the fact that you are going to get hit by the saws, and instead of trying to squeeze past and avoid them, just run up to and embrace them like it's 2019. So in short, don't fear the saws, except that you're in their territory, and if you want to utilize their real estate, you'll have to pay their toll in blood. Or I guess technically it's health, but a toll of health didn't sound nearly as dramatic. That being said, it's not just I'm homophobic. There are areas in the saw section that feature much smaller and fewer gaps, and those areas, of course, are those without the line. In any case, we do make it past here and end up using even more water than exactly. It's then not long before we run into these waddle-dee balls again. Unfortunately, Bluster Susie doesn't get any sort of speed boost as compared to regular Susie, so outrunning these things is likely to be easier than before. So let's not. There we go. Easy. We fight some local trees and then are thrust into the water. But frankly, we don't really know if we get out of there. We just thought about what works for one of these fights in these scenes. Another excellent one of this thing, fighting one of these scenes with before we know it, there he is. In other news, we absolutely tear our way through all of the kill all the enemies on screen sections before coming across a 19-year friend section. Oh, get to it. Then, as a final test of our countless platforming skills, we're faced with this section. It features loads of empty gaps, and what isn't a bother bit is some source of damage. Luckily, our previous training in the hostile area has prepared our skills of acceptance. As such, we're more than prepared to do what it takes to get through here. That means actions like just flat out using spikes as legitimate platforms. And with that behind us, we now come face to face with the final bosses, which of course are not run-ending hurdles, which means, and if you discount the friend circle jumps, it is possible to beat Kirby Star Allies guest star Susie without jumping. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did, please like, subscribe, comment to show your...
Here's how the average man's life would change if he used pie.
It was nice of Link to try and get in on the no jump action, but I'd say it's about time we have more guest stars from the Kirby universe give it a go. And you know what? Let's knock out a few popular requests in a single video today. That's right, everyone. Today our question is really 3. Is it possible to beat Kirby, Star Allies, Guest Star, Bandana Waddle Dee, Maglor, and Adeline and Ribbon without jumping? As usual, our main target as denoted by using the move jump slash hover, not friend circle slash friend train jumps. I will tell you all what each character's route had in terms of friend circle and friend train jumps at the end of the video, but we will certainly not be dedicating any significant amount of time to them. If we can get through each of these guest stars' adventures and without any regular jumps performed eventually, Bandana D is met with a cliff. So, how does Bandana D overcome this obstacle? What is Bandana D's moveset? Bandana D's moveset surface of the water. This means that a slip into the drink can prove to be a fate worse than death for our orange little hero. As such, we can try our best to hop from the past Unfortunately, much like death and taxes, the water cannot be avoided forever. Yes, Vandanity is forced to plunge into the depths of it, which inevitably leads to giant moving chunks of land. Once again, this is an area that Adeline can certainly get through by merely exhibiting a bit of patience, though it can certainly take you by surprise if you Now let's check in on do the exact same section Adeline was just started. That is an efficient way to get through that area. Back in the realm of mortals, Bandana D experiences a pretty smooth sailing up to this. Once again, you see the limits of the display. This time, it's more this water leads to a Everyone makes it together. bodes poorly for us, because we can't use any of our jump to this multiple times, and therefore these things are false jumps. Luckily, the patterns on this trait are completely optional and do not include whatsoever. The ones that do include are very easy to use where they need to go without having to jump at all. So with that train part behind us, the next obstacle we come face to face with is this ludicrously steep hill. The knock tornadoes certainly can't get us up it, and at first it doesn't seem that neither can the shuttle.
Wow, that moved packs a bunch, alright. It really didn't. Sweet your whole team, but alright. Were you just asking to be a training dummy or? The tough. Should I choose them? I'm gonna murder him. He's one of the Pokemon that he may be the main one. Let's redo that. Alright, battle me. No. Okay. Nothing here. You sure? You sure there's nothing there? Alright. Oh no, am I gonna be shown how to do the Pokemon Center again? Well, not again, but still. Hi. Okay. taking a picture. Oceans. I would like. Oh, come on. What is. I feel like every time I. 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I have enough potions, I think. May I sell, please? I don't like a shit thing. No, come on. I wish I could sell that set. I'm gonna use it even to catch when you make them sleep or paralyze them. I know that. Okay. The Pichu. And Ziggs. Sorry, Ziggs. We don't need you. And a beer water. Alright. I think we got our basic team for the rest of the game, I think. Because either I'm going to have all of them normal, cycle through them, or not. Yes, I would like the rest of my Pokemon. I'm wondering is how do you get your hair like that, Miss Joy? Can I have a hair recipe, please? How do you get your hair so good like that? There has been a theory that Miss Joy is a Pokemon, and it's kind of funny. Ooh, clothing store. Oh, god damn it. I remember I only have 40 money from spending all the Pokemon. Ha. You lose your Pokemon, and you choose your pretty so stay connected. Let's see, you just get the knowledge is happening. Oh, so you're the person that tells everyone like each other. No. Now, person, I would like to meet you for my Foxy. Very connected, When a Pokemon is following, you don't want to change your person, but as far as the Pokemon makes it stop following. Well, I don't do that with Pokemon. If it doesn't evolve the way I want it to, I'll just throw it out. That will do. You'll never get to know the value of being trained or whatever. The gym leader is busy as soon as his father. Bug type. Some of you can keep that. This be in the hair. You want to hear about them? Sure. Cliff. Alright. Rumble is literally the only creative one here. Plus with voltage. There's a fairy gym? Well, that's like... chock full of Pokemon books and Pokeballs. So, you say that it's a bug bag, right? Then I'll cut it down. I need enough time to complete this gym. I want to gather some more Pokemon. I just want to get this gym done before I have to do it. 'Cause I might forget. Probably. Because I've forgotten many other things. It's not great fun if you don't have good Pokemon. It's a pretty... Rosalina session. Not Rosalina, I forgot what its name was. I wanted to say Rosalina.
Pokemon Junior Mysterious Ellen Alzheimer's things at your training school is surprising.
Training school. Say.
They might not listen to owners.
Yeah, which sucks. Trade Pokemon, you and I will become acquaintances. How about it? Why do you say that'll be for my Farfetch'd? I don't have a bunch either. Come back when you do.
Oh, there you are. Were you thinking that, boy, there's nothing to buy in the shops around here?
Because you say good things about it. The more you have, the more different things you buy. You're not a little restricted, bud. Like, who the hell knows I'm a gym badge? That's a little rude. Let me buy whatever I want. I'm paying you money.
You can match your tight mattress and eat strong points for your breeds for you.